Alrighty. It is Monday. It is the Monday after Christmas. I hope you all survived. I hope you all survived financially. I hope you all survived health-wise, dietary-wise. I ate my body weight in ham, I think. You're still dead from the food coma. Yeah, that is about the size of it for most people, man. I got a little bit of ham left to eat. That's gonna be my dinner tonight. Otherwise, it's gonna be like bad afterwards. Uh, Unfortunately, leftovers in my house for Christmas aren't usually eaten because my wife and mine's 13th wedding anniversary is the day after Christmas. Well, just the wedding anniversary is after Christmas. This year was 13 years. So we got we got the local steakhouse to cater our dinner. I did have a Merry Christmas. In fact, I got stuff. I got stuff for Christmas that made me smile. I got two pops. I got two pops from my family. One, as you guys know, is I'm a huge Apprentice Mickey fan. So I got an Apprentice Mickey pop, and then my daughter got me a Joker pop. So I'll show some of that crap off later. How are your newly acquired bionic fingers? I am actually out of the brace. The finger is relocated. Funny enough, I caught it on a chain link fence on a walk the other day. So I'm still sleeping with it braced, but I can use my hand. It's definitely injured. I will definitely say it's definitely injured. I'll probably, after the 2 extra weeks of buddy taping it, have to go back to the doctor and have them take another look. We're gonna jump down. We're going to try to knock these out. Where did it relocate to? Well, back to the position it was supposed to be in. Ironically, that's where it relocated to. Yeah. So I have to say, right off the bat, guys, COVID is no joke. COVID is absolutely no joke. My wife just tested positive for COVID. I, without a doubt, had COVID and I've beaten it. I can tell you that it is nothing to screw around with. I felt like a train fucking hit me. Speaking of trains, there's two on the screen at the moment. I don't know why. But yeah, I felt like a train hit me. Of course, my teenager is all mad right now because she had to go be tested, and if it comes back positive, you know how that's going to affect. I've had the flu, I've had swine flu, I've had bird flu, and now I've had COVID. And I will say, out of all of them, for me, COVID wasn't that bad. I would rather have had COVID than the swine flu. I'd definitely say that right now. But I got lucky. I felt poorly for like 4 days last week, and now I'm back up. My poor wife, man, she is just crushed. She is just like fucking laid out. She also found out she needs to get another pneumonia shot. She doesn't have any resistance to pneumonia. So she's got to go in, but she can't get a pneumonia shot while she actively has COVID. So yeah, I didn't get myself tested because guys, right off the bat, we gotta bust out the hat. Gotta bust out the hat, and we got the other thing. Let's start off. Oh, my finger, I can't open that. There we go. We've got ourselves a hype train in progress. So let's see if I can do this right. Now blow out eardrums. There we go. How debilitating is it? Can you do normal activities, or was it too much suffering to get out of bed? There was one day that I felt like death, and I just stayed in bed. My wife is able to get up. My wife has been tested positive. And so here's the thing. Here's why I don't really see a need to go get tested. I don't feel bad. I don't feel poorly. And even if I did go get tested, right now, all they would do is say treat it over the counter. Especially for my wife and I. My wife and I have a pulse ox. We take our vitals when we're ill. We monitor our ins and outs. Like the teenager is mad. She just had to gulp down an emergency. All the military people, emergency. We take that crap in airborne because it's like, you're sick, go to work. Fuck, thanks. You have strep throat. Here's your shot of antibiotics. Go to work in 24 hours. Oh, thanks. Means a lot to me, guys. But no, I felt bad. I felt bad. What was it? I canceled a show last week. Oh, I canceled my Monday show because I wasn't feeling well. And then I wanted to take my kids to see the Star of Bethlehem. We had a really nice night out. How do I think we picked up COVID? Well, I'm going to tell you the truth. My wife picked it up because I wouldn't have picked it up because I don't go anywhere. I don't leave the house. I don't engage with people. Like, the only people I see are my immediate family members. But you know how it is. And I was just talking to my wife about this. You go out with your best friend and you're like, oh, well, we don't need to wear our masks because we're best friends. But then it's the same theory of how does everything else spread? You wear a mask when you go out in public, but you don't wear a mask when you're with friends in private. So, if you're not wearing a mask when you're with friends in private, then of course you're just opening up the risk. You're slowing it down, but so that's how it happened. My father-in-law, my mother-in-law both got COVID. My wife's best friend and her daughter got COVID. My wife's best friend's daughter is my daughter's best friend. So they all have COVID. So yeah, man, I'm gonna say, as quickly as I watch this thing spread, people just gotta go back to isolation and not engaging, not seeing other people. Yeah, COVID has at least a 10-day lead time before you show symptoms. So if you're not wearing a mask everywhere, even in the house, they'll spread it everywhere. Yeah. The truth of the matter is that's 100% correct. That is just how it goes. Actually, the lead time, I saw a report out of the CDC. The lead time can be as long as 72 days. You can be walking around contagious for up to 72 days before your body finally beats it. You can be non-symptomatic, but contagious. So this is like the most ridiculous thing. And now what's scaring the shit out of me is some stuff I'm seeing that getting one strain of COVID doesn't stop you from getting the other strains. It just makes every other time you get the other strains going to be easier on you. And now we got this super strain over in the UK. So, man, it's like watching, like, seriously, the fall of civilization. The UK identifies a super strain, and like pretty much there were just countries. Nope, can't travel here. Nope. Unless you're already on a plane here, you're not coming. Shut it down. No terminal. No, fuck it. No. If you're a citizen of our country, you're trying to come home, go to the embassy. You're going to be quarantined before you come. So, that's just the seriousness of this. Yeah, COVID is here to stay like the flu. It's going to be part of everybody's life. And then what's going to happen is, 2 to 4 to 5% of the world's population is going to die, and then everybody else, the strong, will press forward. I mean, it sucks to say that, but right now, I just did the math. And it was like 1.7% lethal in the U.S. as of yesterday. And I'm not trying to make light of the 330 some odd thousand people that have died. It's just when you start talking about a country with 328 million people in it, it's just rough. Let's see. You're sleeping with everyone, that person you just slept with. Yeah, that's, that's kids don't, the funny part is that you say that to kids nowadays. I remember 30 years ago, like 24, 26 years ago when they did that. They said you'd be like, man, when you sleep with somebody without a condom, you've just slept with everybody that person slept with. And all the kids were like, ew, that's gross. And now you tell the kids that in the same grade and they're all like, that's awesome. Like, that means we're all just getting around. If we're all having sex with everybody that we've already had sex with, we should all just start having more sex. And I'm just like, you are a generation destined to have genital herpes. Just saying. A buddy of mine got it, turned into a cat, slept 16 to 18 hours a day for a week with no taste, smell, then back to 100% after another 4 to 5 days. Yeah, I got really nervous. My little one, you guys know my little one was born preemie. She's got a whole bunch of health problems. She was sleeping 18 hours a day, and I was getting nervous, but I've asked her every day since she started sleeping that much. I'm like, are you okay? She's like, yeah, she's up, she's bouncing. She rode her new scooter yesterday. My kid shouldn't ride a scooter. That's just broken bones waiting to happen. But no, she did pretty good. Let's see. You got your you got your smell and taste back, but the after effects are still ongoing. Dizziness, mouth rash, sore throat, fatigue. Yeah, I'll be honest. I sleep in the same room as my wife, obviously, so I have no doubt that if she has COVID, I had it, but I'm feeling pretty good today. Maybe all the boomers that refuse to retire or own multiple properties will die off, and the millennials will get job opportunities and affordable housing like our grandparents. No, because the boomers that own multiple properties will just leave those properties to their children, and then their children will, own all those properties. I did see, I saw a really stupid Reddit article. Somebody was saying that scalpers of all these PS5s, Xboxes, NVIDIA graphics cards are like landlords. And if you don't support scalpers, you shouldn't support a landlord, and you shouldn't rent an apartment. Well, first of all, you should never rent an apartment unless it's your only alternative. And for a lot of people, it is their only alternative. But you shouldn't rent an apartment. You're just paying somebody else's mortgage. But at the same time, if you can't afford a down payment on a mortgage, then you're stuck renting. So I try to explain that to people. So I gave blood 3 days ago. I'm required to inform them of any symptoms for the next 28 days. There was a lady in Washington State that was positive for over 70 days and was asymptomatic. Yep, I saw that's actually in the CDC article that I read, because I'm a big nerd. I read like the CDC and the World Health Organization articles. There was a guy who was contagious for 72 days. He went into some study, and it took his body 72 days to fight off COVID, where he was no longer contagious. He never developed symptoms. He never would have known he was sick, but he was contagious for 72 days until his body built up enough antibodies. Kids these days, and you wonder why I want them off my lawn. I know, right? So, a couple of things, guys, you'll see in the screen. You've got the Stream Raiders battle is counting down. We're going to try to knock out a couple of PvE, although if we don't get some more bodies on this one, I don't think we're going to even need to get to the next one. Make sure we pop some people up at the top too. We need peeps up there. Otherwise, these two upper rifts will just keep spawning. And then we're going to maybe do some PvP. PvP is up today, so we're going to do some of that. I will tell you that I've started laying the groundwork for the closed channel on the Discord. So if you are going to keep PvPing with us after today, make sure you're venturing over to the Discord so you can get roles on it. So when I lock the room, you can get the code for the room. With that said, I told you guys about the COVID. I want to say thank you, and I'm going to do a video now that I'm feeling pretty good. I'm going to try to get a thank you video out on YouTube. End of the year, we had a really, really, really good year. 2020, even though I've only been making content about half the year, and that's due to the corporation formation and stuff like that. We had a really good year. The Fractured campaign, and by the way, for anybody that played Fractured this year with me, their Fractured is going to be free to play from the 30th of December through the 3rd of January. They're going to be testing all their PvP. Prometheus and the guys over at Dynamite Studios, they are on top of it. They are absolutely on top of their development and their testing and their community involvement. I give them major props. So Fractured was a good campaign for me to be involved with. Ash's referrals are good for the year. I have referred quite a few people this year for Ashes of Creation. I know a lot of people are getting excited about it. Almost 3 million registered users. That is an impressive. That is a beefy, a fat number of registered accounts for a game that is conceivably still 2, if not 3, if not 4 years out. What you're seeing on the screen is their most recent alpha test, and this is the Twins raid. It's supposed to be an open world raid for 40 people at level 10. I do find it kind of odd that they did a level 10 40-man raid. We need more information. Like, why would I want to do this raid? Usually there's something we called endgame, and we call it endgame because I want to put all my effort into leveling, and then I want to put my effort into doing content. So yeah, I'm wondering if something important comes from this raid. If there's something they haven't told us. YouTube growth for the year was slow. Slow year. I did do a lot of 1-for-1 swap outs. 1-for-1 swap outs with Arcage followers that no longer follow me, swapping them out for Ashes people. And then Twitch growth. Amazing year. Amazing year. I made partner this year. So that I say I made partner, but the truth is you guys made partner. Really, because I'm just the guy with the microphone and the camera. Without you guys, the channel doesn't do anything. So you guys made this channel a partner channel. So I thank you all for that. And then in 3 days time, I get to start the new adventures in taxes because I got to learn how to do, C Corp level taxes. Should be fun. Without talking about your personal experience, what is your favorite thing from the video being shown? I got really hyped at the 1 minute 30 second mark where the node was in the background. I was thinking, my favorite thing from this video being shown. Let me scroll past some of this. The world, really. The world. I like the fact that the world is starting to shape up. One of the most disappointing things for me in any MMO was Final Fantasy XIV when it launched, when A Realm, not when A Realm Reborn launched, when the original Final Fantasy XIV launched. They copy and pasted the world. They made like 4 sections of the world, and then it was all just copy and pasted. And I remember, and this is going on now, what, about 8 years, 10 years ago? The guy did a video review long before I ever even thought about being a content creator. I never thought about being a content creator. He's showing this video where it's like, okay, here's a section, here's that same section. They only made like 4 terrains, and it looked bad. I like watching when, like, some people are like, I wish Steven had shown more stuff. I like when Steven just walks around in the world. And I mean, some people are afraid of spiders, and that's okay. But I like the fact that they walk around the world and they've got the world flushed out. It's not copy pasta. I never thought it would be copy pasta. They've got Michael Bacon on the team. He's an environmental artist. He's known in the MMO world. He's not going to do copy pasta crap. He's going to handcraft a world, or whichever sections of the world are given to him to do. So I would say the number one thing is the uniqueness of the terrain. I've never seen reused, recopied terrain yet. And I'm sure they have. I'm absolutely sure that they have in some places. Like Jeff said in the last interview, you have to reuse and reutilize whatever you can, wherever you can. So I think they've done some of it. But at the same time, I think they've made the world so unique that we're not going to feel like, oh, this is this. Like, when you feel like it's the same zone over and over and over, I don't think we're going to have that. I think we're going to have a very good, rich experience. Let's see. I was thinking that doing the twin bosses would be a huge XP boost for the node, possibly. That's actually probably true. That's actually probably true. Raid bosses early on in the game probably do come with a big boost to the owning the zone of influence owning node. The problem is, what's live? Why are you live? Sorry about that. I don't know why that went live. That shouldn't have gone live. But you have 12 to 15 world bosses, and then I don't like, he said that those were raid bosses, so I imagine those are in the 12 to 15, but then you have to think to yourself, if you did that, it might give an XP boost to the owning node, but then how do you keep it fair? Because there's 103 zones of influence, 12 to 15 world bosses, that math doesn't add up. That math doesn't add up. So I don't know if it would give you a big chunk of XP for your node, because then how do you keep it fair? How do you keep it equal? And fair and equal don't have to be the same, but how do you keep it equal if the nodes are in a race? Now, do they have some algorithm that allows the zones of influence to push? Because remember, once you're locked out, once your node is locked out, it can't hopscotch over another node. So we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to find out what those benefits are. Let's see. I've been out of the loop since right before alpha started. Any cool news come out since then? Since alpha started, don't forget we've had the mage video. The mage video came out. That was pretty good. That was pretty interesting. That let me get part of Ashes 101 updated. I'm waiting. Like I was tweaking the webpage a little bit today, doing a little bit of stuff, cleaning up some stuff. I cleaned up some stuff over the weekend. I will say, having a headache. I'm accustomed to having migraines. I'm not accustomed to having COVID headaches, and they are two different things. So I didn't get a lot done. I'm feeling good now, though. So I'm trying to knock some stuff out in the next couple of weeks. Especially, I know I'm going to be really, really busy as soon as they take the NDA down. Because you guys are just going to be. That weekend that we're allowed to stream, that 1 week, that March 19th through the 26th, I'm just gonna be live all the time, just recording footage. Let's see. They talked about killing a frost dragon reduces the negative frost effects in the node area. Could those be twins? Might be doing a negative effect until killed. That would probably also be a high probable. That those twins could possibly be not a static raid boss. Not a static raid boss, but those could be event raids, because they can reuse bosses that are lieutenants of the ancients. So those twins that showed up, that very well could be that could be one of the event raids that we're seeing. You think island nodes would be risky or rather hard to defend? Well, of course, islands are going to be harder to defend. Islands are going to be easier to defend on a day-to-day basis, because it's, there's only so many places you can make land. The problem is if you make it hard to defend, you also make it hard to bring stuff in. So whereas the islands are going to be easy to defend so far as they have to come to you by boat, you can sail out to destroy their boat, and then they have to swim to shore. You also have to realize if your island doesn't have a resource, then you have to caravan that in, which creates two opportunities for attack. You've got the opportunity for attack when it leaves the mainland and the caravan has to convert from a caravan to a boat. And then you have the second opportunity for vulnerability when it lands on your island and it has to convert from a boat back to a caravan. So there is some risk, there is some reward for being out on an island. There will be a little of both. Depends on how strong your navy is. Yes, absolutely. We will be swimming in content. Haha. Did you say before that Ashes might adopt an enhanced tab target system if the hybrid system fails? What's the difference between enhanced tab target and normal tab system for combat? So there are very few games anymore. There are very, very, very few games anymore which are straight tab. Straight tab is I must have a target tab targeted, and I only throw spells at that target. Once you start getting into dropped reticles like meteors, once you start getting on AoEs centered off the individual, that starts to get into enhanced tab or tab plus. A lot of people start, well, WoW did it. Yeah, WoW did it. WoW is not a straight tab game. There are very, very few straight tab games when you really start peeling back the layers of the onion. The thing about developing a lexicon for the MMORPG genre is you have to develop it backwards. You have to look at where we're at in 2020. Where are we in 2020? Where were we in 2010? Where were we in 2000? Where were we in like really 95, 97? And then we have to like rename and reclassify things. The problem is, as you can guess, gamers don't want to agree on common terminology. Big one is animation canceling. Whenever anybody wants to have a discussion about animation canceling, stop the conversation and say, define animation canceling. Because if you ask 10 gamers what animation canceling is, you're going to get 10 different answers. Some people think animation canceling is action canceling, action aborting. Animation canceling, as the book on the shelf, the textbook from Game Design and Development 101 would say, is animation canceling is actually where you find the sweet spot in the animation. I'm going to say 77%. You know, the sweet spot in the animation where you can move and you can cancel your ability, and it still lets you get the benefit, the boon, the damage output or the heal of the ability. So that's animation canceling. What some people say is, I don't want to be locked in my animation. Okay, well, if you're in your definitions phase, right? If you're in your definitions phase and you move and you stop casting, then that is something different. If you move at 82% or 92% or like 99%, you cancel the action. That's action canceling. That's not animation canceling. That's action canceling. Yeah, slide casting in Final Fantasy XIV. If you know where the sweet spot is, especially as a healer, if you know where the sweet spot is, you can basically get 2 spells off in the same amount of time or in the same interval as when you should have 1 go off. So that's animation canceling and action canceling are 2 different things. So the difference between enhanced tab and normal tab, you probably, if you're playing a tab game right now, you're probably playing enhanced tab. So if you have ground reticles, if you have off-center AoEs where you don't have to have a targeted, like I'm thinking like Arcage, like Whirlwind Slash. I'm thinking like frontal cones, all of those things. Well, frontal cone, some purists are going to say frontal cones exist in tab targeting. And I would say, no, they don't, because I don't have to have you tab targeted You just have to walk into the cone. You know what I'm saying? What's your opinion on the mage animation? There was a lot of backlash on the fireball animation being too jumpy. Yeah, Steven's already said that the fireball animation is going to be changed and that the current fireball animation is going to be repurposed for another ability. Are you in my tree? Why are you in my tree? You're the reason we can't have nice things. So leave the tree alone. You only do this when I stream. You leave the tree alone the rest of the time. So, where else are we? Oh yeah, guys, if there's some stuttering on Twitch today, I apologize. Twitch has been having some issues, mainly because there's so many people off work. There's so many people streaming. There's so many people viewing. Poor BCG. As you guys know, Big Cheek Giant's a friend of mine. He was trying to stream. He's getting like 10% dropped frames. That almost makes for an impossible stream. But he was getting in the 10% realm of dropped frames. I just want to let you guys know if you get like packages, I do apologize. I also want to let you guys know that I have coffee here. Ooh. Snack. How do you say no to a wife bearing coffee and a snack? Ooh. Coffee cake. I'll say yes to coffee cake. Little snack. You don't say no to coffee and coffee cake. I'll nibble on that throughout the show. Ooh, that's the good stuff too. Yeah, COVID coffee cake. The COVID having wife bringing me the coffee cake. There might be something. There might be something to that. Let's pop over to Stream Raiders. You guys aren't. Oh, look at that. That's a healthy looking map. If you guys aren't familiar with Stream Raiders, it's this little side game we play now. Any increases to your health insurance? No, man. You guys pay my health insurance for me, so I thank you all for that. Get a job where you're successful and you can pay lots of taxes so you can pay my health insurance and my pension for me. I do thank you. I do thank you all for that. Alrighty. Nothing like oh, ends in 39 minutes. Oh shit. Well, I guess we're gonna get one more boss done. I guess being sick all those days caused some issues. We didn't get clear nearly as many of these as I wanted, but hopefully you guys have been hanging out with Wolfus or some of the other Stream Raiders people. Hopefully you guys got that done. I'm going to turn this one off, and we're going to stick with the Twins fight footage because it's the newest stuff we have. Am I doing my scheduled stream on the 1st? Yes, I will be here on the 1st. I will absolutely be here on the 1st. I'm going to try, like you guys saw, I showed up a couple of times this fall when I was dead. I just didn't stream on Saturday because it was my anniversary. And what was the other day I skipped? Oh, Friday. I skipped Friday because it was Christmas. I was going to try to get out on Friday. And you know what? We just had a really nice, we had a really nice family lunch. We opened gifts. And then, you know, I just was hanging out. I was like, I don't think I can bring an A game to my stream today. That's why I'm back today. Like I said, I'm feeling pretty good. Anybody that and this, I'm gonna say this a couple of times during the show. I do want to say this a couple of times during the show. Anybody that gets COVID, don't assume that because you get COVID, you're gonna be like, oh, Jay had COVID and it barely knocked him on his ass for a couple of days. Remember, everybody gets this thing differently. Everybody is responding differently to COVID. So I'm gonna say this, and I know some people would disagree with me. I would start treating your current health situation as if you're about to be getting the plague. And there's some things that you can do to shore up. Start taking a multivitamin, okay? Some research has found that people who aren't deficient in vitamin D fare better against COVID. So if you don't have a ton of health insurance, or you can't afford to be sick for 3, 4, 5 weeks, start taking a multivitamin. Bulk up on vitamin D, bulk up on vitamin C, those natural things that your body needs to fight off infections. If you're overweight, like I still am, try to make sure that you're, trying to bring your weight down. Heavier people struggle with COVID. It's a respiratory infection. It causes respiratory issues, little things like that. Vitamin D is important. The one that you get when you're exposed to the sun, which due to lockdowns, very few people got. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I still go for my walks, but since it's cold out, I realized the other day, yeah, vitamin D. What do you get from the sun? K and D, right? But I'm like, man, I got gloves on, I've got a hat on, I've got a sweatshirt on, I've got my Oakleys on. So like literally it's like this part of my face is soaking up all the sun, and that's it. C, D3, and zinc. Oh yeah, zinc was the other one. Because you guys know I'm an insomniac. I suffer weeks at a time where I don't get any sleep. They said they found people who shrugged off COVID were the people who weren't deficient in zinc. So yeah. I had almost no initial symptoms, but after effects kicked my ass for 8 months. Something called long tail COVID. Did you really have after effects for 8 months? Because that'd be funny if you did. Like, not funny like haha, but funny as in then they're not telling people anywhere near as bad as this is. Are you begging to be seen? Oh no, you're the other one. Hi. No, you don't drink coffee anymore. You were a 3-pot a day guy for a while. So, let's see. Oh yeah, for my American friends, for those of you that don't read a newspaper, because I don't blame you, for all my United States of America friends, you will be getting a stimulus check, $600. Be on the lookout. Be on the lookout for that. Be on the lookout for that. I will let you know. You may end up. Hi, you're being bad. You may end up with the same situation like I had. I didn't get the check from my kids in April. I have to take it as a tax credit. I know a lot of you have kids. I know some of you didn't get your tax credit. If you didn't get it the first time, you're probably not going to get it this time either. So keep that in mind. Don't spend it till you have it, ladies and gentlemen. They said about 2 weeks. They said about 2 weeks till the money comes. But I already know people. I already know fucking people. I'm gonna let you guys know. If you couldn't afford the fucking PlayStation 5 or the new Xbox or that new graphics card, I'm gonna be honest, and I am preaching at you, and I am acting like your father. So I'll accept all of those. I am like your older brother or your father, and I'm telling you what to do with your money, and I have no shame. If you couldn't afford the new PlayStation or the new Xbox or that new graphics card, if you couldn't afford it before, that $600 check they're about to put in your pocket isn't earmarked for your new PlayStation or your new Xbox or your new graphics card. Because keep in mind, the government's giving you something that at the moment you don't need. Use that for breathing space. Use that for breathing space. Don't go out and be like, oh, I suddenly have this $600 check. I'm gonna go blow it on a new. Graphics card, and then in 3 weeks, your job shuts down, and you're like, fuck, I don't have money for food. I know it sucks. Wolfus Moon, good friend of mine, she got a great job, and then they randomly shut down for a month. It's like, well, what the fuck? People got to pay bills. Oh, no check for you for a month. So keep that in mind. Anything and everything can happen, and it sucks when it completely fucks over your life. Don't you think we're still learning about COVID, particularly long-term effects? We won't know about the long-term effects until the long-term hits. Yeah, let me say this, and I'm not like a conspiracy theorist. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Okay? But I will say this. The FDA is slow and methodical. The Food and Drug Administration in the United States is slow and methodical. They're slow and methodical for a reason, because you take your research and you submit it, and then you wait weeks or months for somebody, a big nerd, bigger nerd than me, to read it and validate it. And during that entire time, they're asking questions, they're asking you for data, they're asking you for proof, they're asking you for this. I don't wake up every morning thinking I live in a world where my government deliberately stops cures for diseases from coming out. I do live in a world where I believe that it's possible that a government, not ours, but the China virus people, I believe they were working on a chemical or biological weapon, and it just got out of control. It got out early. But I don't believe I live in a world where my government deliberately stops vaccines from coming out. There's a reason why a vaccine or a cure or a treatment takes 7, 10, 15, 20 years, because you guys know that conspiracy people always say that vaccines cause autism, which they fucking don't, but people say that shit. Well, there's a reason why we test stuff on a group of 100 people, then on 1,000 people, and then on 60,000 people, right? Yeah, we're going to talk about that too. But there's a reason why things are slow and things are methodical. I find it odd that we suddenly now are okay with T-cell based vaccines. No, the technology behind this vaccine is not super neat. The technology behind this vaccine is super fucking scary, okay? Is super fucking scary. And I don't think I don't think enough people understand exactly what's going on. When did we suddenly decide that T-cell and stem cell research was okay? When there's a virus. Yeah, hopefully it's not the T virus vaccine. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly my point. Yeah, using stuff to inject DNA into your cells. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. T-cell. Yeah. T-cell and T-virus. T-virus is the thing from Resident Evil that turned everybody into fucking walking zombies, if you remember. We decided in a period of 9 months that we're going to throw out all of our ethics and all of our morals and all of our testing protocols and all of our restrictions. And I'm not upset that as a society we decided to do that. I'm upset as a society we decided to do that for something that was going to have less than a 5% lethality. I know this sounds cold and I know this sounds harsh, but when you overpopulate a planet, the planet produces shit to say, fuck you, no vacancies, right? The planet's overpopulated. And now we're fighting, like the planet's fighting back against, because where the fuck do you think this shit comes from, right? The planet's like, well, fuck, have a bat, have a snake, have a this, have a that. I find it odd that people are lining up to take a vaccine that hasn't even had 8 months of clinical trials. When people are like, well, they've been developing it for 8 months. And I can say that doesn't mean they have 8 months. You can't have 8 months of research. You can't have 8 months of clinical data 8 months after you discover the virus. Because time doesn't flow differently. You don't have longevity studies. Usually you have a test group, usually you'd have a test group in 2020 that before your vaccine ever got to market, it would be 2030, right? And you'd have a group of people that you tracked for the last 10 years. If those people that you injected in 2020 were all dead by 2024, you kind of have to stop and look around and be like, well, what the fuck? Our test group of 100 people all died within 4 years. Hold up. Get the whole second group in. Bring the whole, yes. All 4,000 of them. All 4,000 of them. Bring them all in. Why? Because they're all going to fucking drop dead. Okay? Let's just be honest for a second. You can't start fucking around with procedures and expect everything to go well. Without breaking any NDA, what could you say? Can we say if we liked it in full NDA? No, we can't say anything. You can't say anything. That's what an NDA means. It means never discuss anything. It means never discuss alpha. I can't say anything. In fact, if Steven hadn't said that there was testing over the weekend, I wouldn't be able to say there was testing over the weekend, because I have to say, in a very specific way, I have to say, according to Steven, testing last weekend went really well, because Steven said, I have to quote what's publicly known. Let's see. But is this the same government that approved 600 stimulus X months after 1,200? Yes. It is the same government that decided that 5 months after people ran out of money that they only need $600. So, is that the main storyline to Ashes? Quite possibly. The corruption is a virus. It infects your mind. I will twist anything into viruses at the moment. That's that hot shit right now. That's the hot topic, man. It's what Hot Topic is a great store. But yeah, it's the hot topic, man. If you can tie everything to a virus, I mean, shit. They took Plague Inc. off the market in China. I'm sorry, guys. This COVID thing's my fault. I put all my points in Contagion. I was playing a real world version of Plague Inc. I'm so sorry. It got out of hand. You are not allowed to record stuff to release when NDA lifts. You read your NDA, you would know that. Let's see. When the NDA lifts in March, does that cover just content from March forward? So what happens is, when the NDA drops on March 19th, you can start clean March 19th forward. Technically not supposed to record at all. Well, I'm not going to say that, because I'm just going to say, if you have an NDA, read your NDA. Remember this guy right here says that when you just check a box, you should read everything in your agreements, in your EULAs, in your terms of service. Oh my God, he's going to bring me a huge stuffed animal. Come on. You should always read what you're signing. You should always read what you're signing. Because did you guys know that Intrepid Studios is not liable for refunds in the event of a Borg invasion? Did you know that Intrepid Studios is not liable? Regardless of cause, any system failure, server access logs, or data breach resulting from any cause, including, without limitation, acts of God, nature, or other causes, by way of example, by no means a limitation of the foregoing events, such as war, embargo, disturbance in the force, hostile domination by an unknown sentient or Borg life form, or any bacteria, virus, or other unknown infection or pathogen that results in any communicable disease that causes life termination. That's in the terms of service. That's in the most of you probably didn't see that shit in the terms of service. The word Borg appears twice in the Ashes of Creation terms of service. So, I just remember the Force. Yeah, use the Force, Luke. Oh yeah, by the way, no spoilers, but it looks like Star Wars fans, we are going to have we are going to have a lot of good TV coming up in the next 2 to 3 years. Yeah, lots. Disney finally found people that aren't fucking IQ of 3 to run the Star Wars franchise. So we're going to be having a good time. The MEPS told us to read our contracts, and when people just blew her off, she asked if we understood that the military owned us if we signed. Funny thing with contracts. So I was a reservist before I went active duty. I was a reservist before I went active duty. So I didn't have no, I got time. I didn't have the 4 years time in service to get my O1E. And because I didn't know why I wasn't getting paid O1E pay. I thought I had enough days of service because I was at basic training and tech school for a year. I was gone for 2.5 years before I went to OTS. So I mean, I was at like 3.5 years guaranteed. I missed by a couple of days. It pissed me off. But here's why you got to be careful what you write. Here's why you got to be careful what you sign. I went and I said, hey, I'm not getting O1E pay. And because I hadn't gotten O1E pay for the year, I went to payroll and I said, I'm not getting O1E pay. And they loaded up my records and they started doing all the points. And they said, yeah, you were like 2 weeks shy of 4 years active duty time. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. I did a lot. If you military people, I did a lot of points only, retirement points only, TDYs. So those don't count as active duty days. And I was like, fuck. They gave me a nice memo for record. And they said, although you have 8 years time in service, you don't have 4 years time in service of active duty days. And I took the memo, walking to my car. I turned around, I walked up to the copy machine. I photocopied it. I said, it's funny because you guys have been paying me as an O1 with 1 year of service, but I have 8 years time in service. Please give me all. And they took my letter and they were like, I said, yeah, it's okay. I'm going to play the long game here. And the master sergeant comes out, E7. He comes out and he just laughs. He's like, yeah, you're going to take a pay cut from being an E6 going to an O1. I said, yeah, but I'm going to make all that shit back up when I make captain. He just laughed. He's like, yeah, let's get it fixed. So always be careful what you sign. Always be careful what you write. So, what else we got? Let's see. Ashes 101. Yeah, I've been working on Ashes 101. I mentioned that. I'm crossing off all the stuff on my list. By the way, guys, I wanted to talk to you about my show schedule. I think I'm going to drop my show schedule down to 3 shows a week. I think I'm going to drop down to 3 shows a week, 5 hours a show. And the reason why is at 4 shows a week at 4 hours, I feel like we don't get, I feel like we're just peaking as we roll into the 4-hour mark. I feel like we're just starting to peak at a good show. And then I start winding down to take off. And then for the next couple of months, we have no Ashes. So I feel those maps in Stream Raiders, which are like a big part of the show, I feel that 4 hours isn't enough to clear a map. I feel like we need 5. Also, I feel making content 4 days a week on Twitch is really the reason why I'm not putting out YouTube videos anymore and Odyssey videos now. I discovered Odyssey, a really weird platform. I don't know if I'm going to keep putting stuff there. I'm going to for the time being. So I think I'm going to drop down to 3 shows a week. I think I'm going to do Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and then I'm not going to commit to Saturdays. I will stream on Saturdays if like my wife is going to be gone for the day and I don't have a YouTube video to make, but I got to free up. I need to free up some time. And I will look at those other 2 platforms. Thank you. I will look at putting my stuff on as many platforms as I can to grow. So I'd like to hit weekends off. I think it may make sense, particularly if you're working on AOC 101 stuff. Yeah, but Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays is what I'm going to stream, and then Saturdays can be a work day. Plus, it gives me I also, for my Jahlon on videos, those got pushed to the side because I wasn't feeling well. I'm probably going to be making a couple of those a week for content creators. I thought of a really good idea the other day. Now that I'm feeling good, man, it sucks when you don't feel good. It absolutely sucks because you're just like, I don't need to do this, so I don't want to do it. Let's see. So that is basically everything caught up. Oh yeah. I think I want to get to 20,000 YouTube subscribers next year. I should be able to hit that. I should be able to get 4,000 subscribers in a year. If Ashes takes off, it should go full. We should go full speed. if Ashes Alpha takes off. Once we're out from under NDA. I feel so bad for all these content creators. I feel so bad for all these content creators that think that they can just linger in the tall grass and wait till Ashes comes out. Because there's some pretty significant content creators that are going to be coming to Ashes. And I tried to tell these people for weeks. I was like, you've got to be making content. You got to be streaming. You got to grow your audience now. You need to be above the fold. And I'm like, I don't even know if I'm going to be above the fold. It's like, shit, some people that are coming. But I will say our Discord was brutal to some content creators. Our Discord was brutal to some content creators. But they're like, oh, you're just jumping on the Ashes bandwagon. And I was like, man, gotta be nice. Like, nobody wants to be nice anymore. Whatever happened to nice? Whatever happened to like politeness? Whatever happened to like common courtesy? Did we get rid of common courtesy? Did common courtesy go away? People are like, I think everyone's angry all the time. I think they need to just legalize weed across the whole country. Because, I mean, it's legal in like what? Like, how many states now? A whole bunch just legalized it in their states. Oregon, you could walk around with a whole street pharmacy with you. I think some of that politeness went away because of lockdowns making people insane, quite literally. No, I do agree with you. Although I will say I didn't know my lifestyle. I didn't know my lifestyle was called self-isolation or quarantine. I was called a big computer nerd until everybody else had to start living my life. It's like people are like, how are you adapting to not seeing people? I'm like, adapting to what? Like, what the fuck adapting? It's like I see military people that have been working from home for like the last 8 months. And they're like, man, I do not want to go back to the office. I was like, maybe you should just pretend like you don't exist. Like, don't offer to come back to the office. Doesn't mean it's good for me to stay isolated. No, man, I could literally live my entire life without human interaction, like face to face. That's what I have Discord for. I have Discord for that. I used to be a huge introvert growing up, forced myself to be more social. Now I'm being an introvert again, and it feels like home all over again. I know, right? It's like Fight Club teaches us single serving friends. Fight Club tells us we have single serving friends. We talk to them on a plane, we talk to them on a train, we talk to them in line while we're waiting for a ride at Disney or Universal, and then at the end they go away. You think it will really go back to regular workplace if remote working has worked more or less? For the military, the military will definitely go back to regular workplace. The government will definitely, because the government cannot conceive of the idea that people can work honestly from home and not have to be supervised directly. The government won't. The government won't adopt full-time telework. Staying completely alone is not healthy in the long run. I disagree with that. I took vacation time once, and I didn't speak to anybody for 9 days. I didn't even speak for 9 days. Legitimately, the only time I broke my self-imposed vow of silence was when the phone rang and it was the wrong number. They don't work at work. Oh, I know, man. Yeah, Jahlon is never completely alone. We don't give him that luxury. That's right. COVID bear. Plague bear. There's the culprit. There's the culprit who brought COVID into my sanctuary, into my inner sanctum. Influenza would be so proud of you. My emotional health is far better now that I'm almost entirely alone. Yeah, man, a lot of people can't. I think a lot of people don't need. I think a lot of people don't need person-to-person contact as long as they have like Discord or TeamSpeak or chat. Should have worn your plague mask. I know, right? I should have worn a mask in my own house. Fuck, the government people were right. We should be wearing masks in our own house. All government workers, I think it may depend on the type of work, as in the need to be on site. No, I'm gonna say this. My guys, my tech team used to telework all the time. I was a huge proponent of telework. I used to tell my guys, if you want to try to push for 2 days a week telework, I will fully support you. The only thing is that if I tell you need to come into the office, there will be no ands, if, buts, no bitching, no complaining. If I tell you need to come into the office, you need to be in the office. If we have to move your telework days around, you move them around. And there always needs to be somebody has to be in here at 0600, and somebody has to be here until 1800. So I don't care how we work that out. If some of you have to change your hours, because the guy that stays until 1800 is on telework, and he didn't like the telework. He said, fuck it. He didn't want to take a computer home. But I said, as long as there's somebody here from 06 to 1800, we cover the 12-hour clock, then I don't give a fuck what you guys do. And my guys were great about it. My guys would be like, well, I'm only going to take a half day of leave because I got to go to court. I got to get a dentist. But instead of me taking a whole day of leave, I'll take my laptop home. I'll email you when I get on after my appointment. I'll be like, yeah, that's fine. I did catch the one dude. I called him once. Fucking lawnmower. I hear a lawnmower going on. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm mowing my lawn. It's like, you're supposed to be teleworking. He's like, I am. I have my fucking laptop outside. I'm reading this fucking technical order, but it's boring as shit and I'm thinking. So I'm like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? Fine, as long as the goddamn TO review gets done by the end of the day. Fucking mow your lawn. I'm glad to see you back and healthy. Well, I'm back. I feel good. I'm not going to push it. I'm not like instantly going to go fucking run like a 5K today. Well, tomorrow because it's too late. I am back. I'm feeling healthy enough to be vertical. Tamir has COVID and I'm going to bet my teenager does. Sends Tamir in the household chicken noodle soup and loads of OJ. Yeah, I made them drink vitamin C or emergency today. And they're going to overload on OJ and that shit. Government has dark sites that will always require in-office bodies. Even some big corps have dark sites. You conspiracy nut, you. When they lift the NDA, is that only for things moving forward from that point? Or will you be able to talk about things you may or may not have seen during the alpha that you may or may not have participated in? The NDA is in place until Steven says it's not. So, for example, we wandered around for like a year with our Alpha Zero NDA in place. We wandered around for literally like a year with our Alpha Zero NDA in place. And then one day I said, Steven, can we talk about Alpha Zero? And he said, sure, you may discuss Alpha Zero, but no visuals. And I kept that. So yeah, we talked about it, but we've never been able to show visuals. All right, let's get this done. I do apologize, guys. We didn't get as much done this season as I wanted. The holidays got in the way, I think. Damn those holidays. I am going to be live streaming in March. Yes, I will be live streaming in March. That is my plan. Oh wow, you almost took that out. You almost took it out. But yeah, I'll be live streaming in March, and then hopefully. Oh yes, I forgot. The beast will be here before the next testing session. The beast will come, and the beast will arrive. We're not really going to be taking PvP too serious today, guys. We're just going to do it for bones so that we can cycle. You guys get some bones, I can get some bones. Them bones. So don't take this too seriously. Yeah, 3090. Yeah, I overspent. I overspent, but no fucks given, right? No fucks given, but I overspent. Let me just tell you. I put a Ryzen 9 5950 in it, 64 gigs, and a RTX 3090 24 gig. So yeah, I got a big boy. I got a big boy. Yeah, it's my last. Like really, it's my last ride. It is legitimately my last ride. So I won't be building another computer after I won't be building another computer after that for streaming, because that machine is gonna last for damn near ever. Which motherboard did I get? I will tell you. I opted for the MSI 570. After long discussions with Origin about what I was using the machine for. So, well, and you guys. You guys actually talked me out of the Intel chip. I was gonna get the Intel chip, and you guys talked me out of it. You guys were like, no, and I was like, okay, let me do the math one more time. Let me do the numbers one more time. And the AMD chip was just better. It was just like yeah, Intel is slipping. And I do feel, I'm not gonna lie, I do feel a little nervous, right? I do feel a little nervous about putting an AMD using an AMD CPU. Yeah, AMD are better okay, so here's the thing. I have owned about 14 gaming machines in my life, and only one has ever blown up. And let me tell you, we all know, statistically speaking, that shit's gonna happen. But when mine blew up, it blew up at the worst possible time. It blew up when Tamir and I had no disposable income. Tamir and I had no disposable income. We were literally living check to check, mainly because, if you guys remember, the first housing market, like, fuck up, if you will, back in like the 2007, 2008 era, the housing bubble burst late 2007, early 2008. Nobody could get a fucking mortgage. And so I wasn't on active duty orders. Well, hold on. I wasn't on active duty. I was on active duty orders. I was a reservist. Tamir was the active duty member. We were living down here at Scott. I still had my place in Chicago. So as you can imagine, when you are having to drive up to a place, lose one weekend a month to have to drive up to your house, fucking paying the utilities, because it's Chicago. You can't turn the utilities off. If you turn the fucking utilities off at your place in Chicago, be prepared for like 97 bribes to get your shit turned back on. And you don't sell a house with the utilities turned off, because then those houses always get like the extra inspection, because it's like, oh, well, why were the utilities turned off? Let's just inspect more. So, and then property tax. My house was in Cook County, and holy shit. Like, I'm not even kidding you. 1/6 of my active duty paycheck, not my BAH, but 1/6 of my active duty paycheck went to pay my property taxes. So we were trying to get rid of that house, but nobody could afford it. And so I think we spent all of 08, all of 09, and up till April of 10, it was getting to the point where I said to my pops, I was like, I need to get rid of this house. And he's like, we can't get rid of it because you're not gonna turn a profit on it. I'm like, Dad, I've already lost 12,500 of my profit paying property tax on it. Finally, somebody saw it, they bought it, and it finally took all of that fucking bullshit, financial burden off of us because we dumped the house that was just bleeding us dry. But yeah, the only computer I've ever had blow up was an AMD. And it literally was in the middle of raiding and WoW and just poof. I was like, well, fuck. Did I get any SCRA relief? No, because there was nothing to give me relief for. If you don't, service member, fucking, what's that acronym? Service member Civil Relief Act. Yeah, there was nothing to give me relief from. What was bleeding me, I owned the house. But I couldn't remember. It was service member. I couldn't remember how that was, the acronym was out. I owned the house. What was killing me was the taxes. Now I'll tell you what makes me just chuckle is I don't pay property tax because of my VA rating. If you're disabled, you don't pay property taxes. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the M, but it's actually not. It's SCRA is the service member. I was looking for the M because usually it's SM, service member, but yeah, it's SCRA. I was like, what's going on? Oh, we're ready to go. Ching ching. Let's see. Like I said, we're not taking today too seriously. We're having some lulls. Oh, and we're gonna get popped in the face. Oh, well, he didn't pop us in the face. But we are gonna get separated. They're gonna have to walk into us. We do have some archers planted. Oh, but we don't have anything that can chew him up. Yeah. So we're just hanging out. We're mainly doing Ash's discussions today, but actually so far today we're talking about life. But yeah, we're doing our a little bit of PvP today, just for the lulz. And then if you guys got Ashes of Creation questions, ask those. That's what today's show's for. And I'm gonna have to vacuum because I'm dropping coffee cake. What is this? It's a pond. Oh, this is a weird map. There we go. We're just gonna do that. COVID cake. Yeah, it's COVID cake. You've had 2 parts blow up me, a memory module and an AMD video card in 20 years of building PCs. Yeah, I've had one entire machine blow up, and then Tamir has had a power supply go bad, and she's had 2 power supplies go bad, and she had a power cord go bad. Just the cord, not the power supply, just the cord. So, did Toast finish the answers? Probably not, because they went on vacation, right? She probably didn't. She didn't finish the answers yet. Oh, she did answer him. I gotta go. I gotta go back and relook at all these then. Yeah, it's funny. So there are some people who need to stop trying to do Toast's job. And I don't know why people try to do Toast's job for. Toast does her job. Let Toast do her job. I answer the questions on the stream. And like we talk about them because they are good questions. But people need to not try to answer the questions for Toast. Toast they're gonna pick the questions they want to pick. It's just that simple. Like somebody asked me the other day, they're like, aren't you concerned your questions don't get asked anymore? No, after 4 years, I've had probably, I mean, shit, other than the fact that I've done 3 interviews with Steven. So that's like probably well over 100 questions. I think in 4 years of live streams, honestly, I probably have 30 questions answered. I'm okay. I'm usually not asking questions that are my own. I'm asking questions that come up during the show that I don't have an answer to. Like the loot one. We needed, because need before greed, when I asked that question last month, need before greed, you know, yeah, I got my need before greed one 2 streams ago, so I'm okay. But the need before greed one needed to be asked and answered because that's how guilds are going to set up based on loot. So, and we needed to understand how loot was going to happen. And then somebody else asked another loot question this month, so that was good. That's something I'm not looking forward to, transitioning to civilian life. People not staying in their lane, going to be rough for me. You know, I am really, you know, I wish I was still active duty. I wish I could still be active duty. Because I miss active duty. I miss my job. I miss the work. But that's something I'm glad, just the way the dice fell. For me, I would not have been able to transition to civilian life. I would have literally, I was already telling people on active duty to shut the fuck up and get out of my face. Because at the end it was bad. But yeah, I couldn't work in the civilian world. I absolutely couldn't. I just couldn't. Some months back, Lex did a call for people to answer the questions. I asked Toast about it, and she said it was okay. Yeah, people answering the questions is fine, but you answer the questions with a, if that exact question has been asked and answered, that exact question. The thing that some of the people that are trying to be helpful don't understand is, you change a word in a sentence, it changes the meaning of the question. You change just one thing. You change just one thing in the sentence. Yes, just one. Get out of the window. Hey. You change just one part of a question, it changes the meaning and the nature of the question. So, and like I said, I think my last show or the one before, if you're tired of somebody said the other day, they're snarky with people because they're tired of people asking the same questions. But it's not the same person asking the same question. It's new people. No. Don't do that. It's new people asking the same question. Now, there's a difference between somebody asking a question and somebody asking a question in a backhanded attempt to advance their agenda. If you're asking a question to advance your agenda, but your question is formulated in such a way that you know better, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can read into the question. You're like, you obviously have done enough research that you know how it works, but you're trying to advance an agenda. Don't do that. If you don't like hearing the same question over and over, then don't answer questions. Exactly. Like, you think as a teacher, teaching 6 periods of the same, one prep 6 times a day? Hi, thanks. Teaching one prep 6 times a day. Granted, having only one prep was awesome. I loved only having one prep. 6 sections of U.S. history. Six periods a day, U.S. history. Loved it. Why? One prep. I have one planning period. I make one worksheet. I make one test. It's easy as shit. If you don't want, I've got like 6 things on my certificate I can teach. You only want me to teach U.S. history? No problem. You think by the end of the day I wasn't tired of asking, well, why did Lincoln fire everybody until he found Grant? Oh, fuck, why do you keep asking me this? Well, you're not keep asking me. Each class has asked me because each class doesn't understand. So people just got to be a little fucking chill. They got to be a little fucking more chill when it comes to the community. Also, I chastised our community the other day. And I said, you guys aren't being like good stewards of the community. You guys are being like nasty. Like, and I don't understand. I don't understand why we're being nasty to new people. Because remember, the player population comes from new people. If we alienate all the new people, then it's the same as I say to people, don't shit where you eat when you're on your server. Don't mistreat the new players, right? Because if you mistreat the new players, your server gets a reputation of, oh, you don't want to roll there. And then pretty soon you have a server that's dead. That's Dunsky. So you gotta make sure, right? You gotta make sure that you're keeping it all. Yeah, we don't want a repeat of the League of Legends community. Exactly. So you gotta make sure that you're being a good steward of the community. At the same time, you need to stay in your lane. If you can't take the time to read into the question to make sure the person's not trying to, ask a specific question, because if the person says how many nodes are going to be developed at any given time, I can answer that question, but not to the level that the person wants it answered, because they might get an answer from Steven where he puts a definitive number on it. Now, if somebody asks the question, can all 103 nodes be developed at the same time? Yeah, I can answer that question. I can give you a complete, thorough answer of that question. Probably not a more in-depth answer than Steven could give, because obviously, no, I can't do that. But I can give you a more thorough answer than you're going to get during the live stream, because I'll spend 10 damn minutes on that question. So yeah, it's just people gotta be a little bit more chill. People gotta be a little relaxed. Some of the people in the community, they're like, well, we've been here for 4 years. Well, fucking get yourself a Snickers, bitch, because you're gonna be here for at least 6, if not 7 or 8. Like, I'm not trying to make people freak out about when Ashes is coming, but like I said, guys, 2023 isn't an unreal date. 2024 is an undesirable date, but it's also not a completely unrealistic date. If they build the game, if they build the game and they build a good quality game, it may take them another 4 years. When I came into the family in October, I got the same welcoming from the people. Yeah, I mean, there's some people who need to take a step away. Getting mad at topics I want to discuss that have been discussed for the past 3 years. Yeah, exactly. And I see that shit happen all the time. People, they're like, we've talked about this shit. But the new person's like, but you haven't talked about it with me. Now, at the same time, there are some people who take their shit over the top. And what I mean by over the top is, I'm just going to use the Frognar example. Frognar, there's a group of people who want frog options for the Frognar. Okay? Doing that is fine. Yeah, Over the Top, Stallone movie. Good movie. Arm wrestling. It comes in a 2-pack with Demolition Man. The Frognar people, I understand that they're highly hyped, they're highly motivated, they want frog features to be added to the Talnar. Great. Starting a change.org, probably not so great, because a change.org petition for a video game in development gives very definitive data. If you can't even get 100 people to sign your petition out of a Discord of 40,000 people, okay, you've got 40,000 people, right? And you can't even get 100 people to sign it. That is less than 1/4%. It was way too soon to try to do a change.org. I'm sure the person thought it was funny. I'm sure I think that they're actually trying for a legit change. However, always be careful setting yourself up to have analytical data. If you only get 100 signatures out of a Discord with 40,000 people, you have less than 1/4% of the people could take the time to support it. Keep in mind, You only got 100 people to vote on it out of a community of almost 3 million. You basically make the decision for them. Hey, understand 100 of you are really passionate about it, but when I take 100 people and divide it by almost 3 million, I can't even give you a number because the number is so infinitesimally small. It's like, no, it's like 1.46 to the -5. That's a really small fucking number. I was going to get into someone in World of Tanks after a match because they were not showing good sportsmanship. I looked at their record and saw they only had 318 battles and their count was 1 month old. Instead of getting into them, I sent them a message explaining why what they did could be considered uncool and some tips about getting better in the game. Then invited them to group up or message me if they had questions. Yeah, let me just say, MOBAs are the breeding ground of just toxic behavior. Absolutely. World of Tanks, MOBAs, first-person shooters, they're just the breeding ground. Because, again, they're the throwaway friends. They're the single-serving friends. You have to tolerate these people for a match. And then after the match, you're going to get randomly placed with new people. That is just the unfortunate side effect. I play Heroes of the Storm. There are some people that I get matched with that I recognize the name and I'm literally like, fuck my life. This is going to be the worst 20 minutes of my life. I hope my shoulders are strong today because this is going to be a hard carry. But then there's a couple of people I play with, we group up and it's just, we steamroll people. So, definitely agree with you there. Let's see. I only answer questions if I see a Reddit post no one has answered or I'm in the mood for answering questions. Yeah, I get questions. I'll be honest. I get questions 7 days a week. I think today, actually, let me check. Because did I answer any in the middle of the night? Nope. Today, I answered questions today, too. I get questions every single day. Every single day. I get Ashes of Creation questions. And I take the time. I take the time to answer them. Now, sometimes people piss me off. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes people piss me off because they ask me a routine question, and then they're like riding my ass because they want more fucking citations on this routine question. Hi. They want more citations on this routine question than I had to provide for my master's thesis. And I'm just like, I'm not in the mood to play Stump-a-Chump with you over quotes. Trying to explain to people, the game has been in development for like 4 years. So Steven's gonna have a lot of comments. You have to look at the scenario. You have to look at the situation. You have to look at the age of the citation you're using. Like, I asked Steven on Christmas, and it was probably not the smartest decision on my part. I asked him for a quote on Christmas because people keep looking at the wiki and they see the Tolnar art, and that Tolnar art has been thrown out for like 2 years. But Lex runs the wiki in such a way that if he doesn't have a direct citation, Christmas, if he doesn't have a direct citation, a direct soundbite to throw out a quote, he won't throw the quote out. So he needs that direct quote from Steven. Well, I asked Steven for it only because I feel bad for the new players. They go to the wiki like they're supposed to. They're doing what they're supposed to. They look at the wiki. They look at the Tolnar. They see this cool concept art with like the half dragon people, and they're like, "Oh, this is what the Tolnar are gonna look like." Only to find out they get told by the community, "Nah, they're not gonna look like that." And then they're like, "Well, why are they still in the wiki?" And Lex is stuck because Steven said in a verbal interview on Discord that artwork should be not considered, but we don't have that recorded. Also, I'm against recording I'm against recording Discord conversations. I also found out recently, the people that record the Discord conversations need to watch their ass. Because I was reading something. Recording Discord conversations is actually black letter against the law. It's actually black letter against the law because you need everybody who speaks permission in relation to their state. So if their state requires two-party consent and you record them and you didn't have their consent, you're actually breaking the law. So that's some fucked up shit. That's some fucked upness. So that's why I don't record them. I'm like, fuck it. Somebody else can record them. Somebody else can take that that liability. I don't want none of that. But I love the turtle. Can I just say I love the turtle? Because I love the turtle. I remember seeing someone spamming that Ashes is a scam in an Intrepid stream shortly after the Lazy Peon video back in summer. I obviously know those people will say that mostly all trolls. Where do you think most of those haters are coming from? WoW fanboys or salty COE backers? Okay, good question. Thank you for that. Oh, they actually got the coffee right today. Wanted to finish that off before it got cold. So, why did so many people think Ashes of Creation is a scam? Number one, you hit on a good point. People from their various games in development are upset that Ashes of Creation came out of nowhere and became the most successful Kickstarter campaign for an MMO ever. So now you've got, and we do this often. Let me make my little list here. It's past the holidays. I'm not Santa. We've got New World. We've got Pantheon. We've got Crowfall. We've got Camelot Unchained. We have Star Citizen. We have Chronicles of Valyria. We have ArcH 2, and we have Project TL. Those are the games that are in development right now that we have to consider. And we have to put Chronicles of Valyria back on the table because Chronicles of Valyria is back in active development. Apparently, Soulbound Studios had a forensic accountant come in, check their books. The forensic accountant said the books look good. You haven't had any impropriety with where you spent your money. Oddly, they won't give us the letter. They won't let us see the letter from the forensic accountant, and they won't let us see the books. So, I mean, that statement, I hate to be crude, but sometimes you got to be crude to get the point across. The statement from Caspian that they had a forensic accountant come in, look at the books, and everything is great, everything's on the up and up. Well, you might as well have written that statement on toilet paper because I'm going to wipe my ass with it. If you're not going to let me see the books and you're not going to give me a letter from the forensic accountant so I can call the forensic accountant as a member of the media, right? I am in 2021. I am getting media credentials, so I can call. So I freedom of the press, right? As long as I can cite what I'm saying, I'm covered. But you're not going to let me see those books. You're not going to let me see that report. You're not going to let me see anything. Then you want me to believe you, and I don't. So sorry. But first of all, some of the Ashes is a scam is because they're doing something outside of the norm. Steven is taking up to 40 million of his own money, and he's building a game with it. Now, as somebody who does advocacy briefing, as somebody who does opposition argument, I will tell you, a while back, it's probably going on 2 years now, I said in Discord once to Steven, I said, I don't agree that Ashes of Creation is a scam. However, when people make that argument, I see enough of the argument that I understand where they're coming from. And they put forth a very strong argument. And I think I hurt Steven's feelings, because I would say that Steven and I are not friends. Like, I mean, I'd definitely hang out with the dude, play D&D, play Magic. I mean, I'd hang out with him. He seems like a cool dude. But we're not like friends, but we're slightly more than acquaintances, but we're not quite friends yet. If you know, we're rack and stack. So you hear something like that from somebody that you're cordial with, says, well, I definitely see where they're coming from with that scam argument. And, you know, he's like, well, shit, where did you come from? What do you mean you agree with their argument? And I said, let me lay it out for you. And I put together a, let me see if I have it. Let me see if I have it real quick. View details. Do I have it? What is this? Nope, that's not it. Let me see real quick if I have it. I may have it. Not that one. Not this one. Let me see. I have a lot of stuff. No, I do not have it. Why do I not have it? One other place. Hold on. Give me just 1 second. Didn't think we were going to end up here today, but oh, I can't. That's funny. I can't load my messages. Oh, here we go. Okay, 1 second. Let me see. One more moment. Okay, like 2 more moments. Maybe. Okay, so one of the things, the big one. Well, let's not start with the big one yet. Let's not start with the big one, because the big one is ad hoc, post hoc ergo propter hoc. It's after this because of this, and the things don't occur in the right order. So let me deal with things in a different order, and I'll tell you why kind of some of this blew up in his face, if you will. Blew up in his face, if you will, in a way that wasn't golden for him. Oh, we may actually win this one. Oh, now it's archers versus archers. Oh, damn it. Nope. We had one bad arrow shot. Yeah, we had one bad arrow shot. Yeah. We had one bad arrow shot go, and we didn't kill a guy. We wasted a shot, so that's okay. We're not really paying attention to the PvP today. We're just doing it so you guys can get bones, bone boxes. Bone boxes are good. Yeah, it was close. That was close. Like I said, one bad shot. That healer walked over and then healed that archer. So why did so many people think that? Why did so many people think that Ashes was a scam? Big one, right at the beginning, is if you have 40 million of your own money, and you're funding the MMO, then why did you need to do a Kickstarter? And that was the first domino, right? Now, for people that understand marketing, people that understand advertising, and people that understand the way prep goes, if people that understand the way lining up for a deliverable goes, 18 months, right? 18 months, or I'm sorry, it wouldn't have been 18 months. It would have been 30 months. You do your Kickstarter 30 months before launch. It gets you that initial push of marketing. You go to the right PAXs, you go to the right cons. you start to throw stones in the water and they ripple, and you grow your organic community. The thing is that you can't argue the point where people said, well, you say that you have $40 million and you ran a Kickstarter campaign for $800,000. Can you really do this game for 40 million? Or at the time it was 30 million plus 800,000. Can you really do the game for $30,800,000? Making an MMO is usually around the $80 million to $100 million price tag. So there was, first of all, that because remember, guys, and this is why I say MMORPGs should be taken off of Kickstarter altogether. Whatever you ask for on Kickstarter, when you read read the EULA, the terms of agreement, the terms of service, whatever you ask for on Kickstarter is what you're saying that is all the additional funding we need for our project. It's not, this is how much money we need from Kickstarter, and then when we go get money from all these other places, that's not what it says. If I did a campaign right now for Kickstarter and I said, if I raise $1 million, I'm going to make an MMO, and I raise that $1 million, I need to be able to deliver that MMO for that $1 million. And some people get into the legality and the this, that, and they're like, that's not what it means. Yes, it is exactly what it means. Just go read Kickstarter. You're asking the community for X. If you get X, you can produce Y. This bit Soulbound Studios in the ass with Chronicles of Valyria. Right after they did their Kickstarter campaign, he says, well, that's the money that we need to get to a product so that we can bring in new investors. And people were like, fuck, scam. And it was right around that point that Ashes of Creation also started getting hit. Because remember, when you jump in a puddle near your friends, everybody gets splashed. It's a different saying, but we're going to use puddle. When you jump in a puddle near your friends, everybody gets splashed. Well, Ashes of Creation isn't doing anything wrong, but Caspian's being a fucking tool, and he jumps in the puddle and all the other games get splashed. Then you got Star Citizen. Star Citizen's fucking, I don't know how many years late at this point. I lost count. So there's that. And then there were a couple of things that Intrepid said that bit him in the ass. One of which was, how many people are working on the project? Well, how many people are working on the project is a pretty straightforward question when you think about it. Except, it's not necessarily a straightforward question depending on how the person receiving the question answers it. How many people are working on the project versus how many employees do you have at Intrepid Studios are two totally different questions. And I accept my responsibility in part of some of this because I asked the question once, how many people are working on Ashes? And then I asked the question, how many people do you have hands on deck? How many butts and seats in San Diego do you have? Now I ask the question, just give me a number, how many employees does Intrepid Studios have? Because that changes it. Knowing that the game has 87 in-house employees now is a much different number than it was a couple of years ago when there were 115 people working on the project. So, the numbers haven't been a lie. Contractors count is working on your project. So part of I'm answering the question specifically why so many people thought Ashes was a scam and why so many people were advocating that position. The reason why was every person grabs their little piece of conspiracy. They grab their little piece of conspiracy and they run with it. So you've got the money thing. You've got the why are you running a Kickstarter if you have 40 million of your own cheddar to run the game with? Then you've got the oh damn, that rogue tore us up. Then you've got the staff number. Then you've got the big one, which is the before 2020 number. And I said to Steven, I said, you are gonna have to fucking address this before 2020 number. You've got to address this. He finally did. And what he said was, hey, that before 2020 number happened because I lined out a roadmap. And you can look this up. It's on the official Discord. Steven says, I own that. I heard horror stories about producers and how they get in the way of the creative part because they become all about hitting the release date. They start to constrain the development team. And remember, Steven wasn't a game designer for 20 years who then decided to piece the fuck out of like Activision and form Dreamhaven. You know, check. Steven was a dude, he's a gamer who got tired of shitty games. So Steven had to learn all this stuff. Well, Steven found out some of the shit that he was told by people he hired. Some of the shit that he was told by people was bullshit, right? So he fixes it. He brings in a heavy fucking bat of a senior producer. If you guys don't know, Babbletron from Blade and Soul is one of the senior producers at Intrepid. The only reason why I'll share his name, even though I don't think they have him listed on the staff page anymore. But I mean, it's not like it's a big fucking secret. He uses Babbletron on the Discord, so it's not like it's a big fucking secret that Babbletron works there. But he's a heavy fucking bat. He's a heavy fucking bat. Okay, let me say this: if I won, like, you know, when the Powerball gets up to like 800 million. If I got up to like the $800 million lotto and I won that, I've already told you guys, if I win enough money that I'm stupid rich for my whole life, I'm making an MMO of my own. I'll fucking poach Babbletron. That's how heavy of a bat Babbletron is. Like, how many fucking zeros and how many years do I need to put on this contract to get you today? Like, that's how heavy of a bat this guy is. So, rolling down through some of the other numbers, there was legitimate concerns. People, and I'm not going to go through all of them. People had legitimate concerns, missed deadlines, staff size, APOC. APOC was a huge one. I said to Steven, you have a background in marketing, bro. You have a background in marketing, so you know, everybody's got to be calling a product the same exact thing. And just grabbing an item off my desk. If we produce these, this is the train whistle, okay? This is for our hype train. Got an American flag on it. If I'm one guy in the company and I'm calling this the limited edition American train whistle, and another guy in sales is calling it the 0320 train whistle, and somebody else is calling it a third name, we have a major advertising and marketing problem. Everybody in the fucking company needs to call a product the exact same thing. And if everybody isn't calling the product the exact same thing, what you have is you have chinks in the armor. So when Apocalypse came out, Steven was calling it one thing, Steven was calling it one thing, other staff members were calling it something else, and then Margaret and Toast come on board in January of 19, while APOC has been taken down after only a successful 2-week run. Some of them are calling it a game, some of them are calling it a testing environment. You've got the community calling it shit. You've got horrible people out in the community trying to, like, there's nothing worse. The only thing worse than a white knight is a bad white knight. So you've got people out in the community calling it like it's just a testing ground. And then they have a quote from Steven saying it's a game. And then you've got people calling it, this sucks for a game. And they're like, it's not a game, it's a testing ground. And it was fucked because I literally, what I said was, not even Intrepid knows what Apocalypse is. Because you got some people calling it a testing ground, some people calling it a game, blah, blah, blah. Then on top of that, you had the monetization of the BR. Okay, so you had just not one. Remember, the road to hell isn't paved with one stone; it's paved with a lot of stones. Okay, and that's the problem. When you allow the critics to call it a scam, and they can start laying a lot of stones, you don't have to like the argument. You don't even need to think it's a very good argument. But if you don't answer each and every stone, you're letting them pave the way. Now, there's people who are like, the referral program was fucking scam. The referral program's a pyramid scheme. I actually had to do a video. I got so tired of explaining it. The referral program is the exact opposite of a pyramid scheme. In a pyramid scheme, the money gets bigger the higher you go up. in a referral program, the money gets lower the higher you go up. I love for you to sign up for Ashes of Creation using my referral link. I love for you to do it because then I get a kickback. It's like an Amazon affiliate program. I get a kickback financially. If you sign up for Ashes of Creation using my referral code, I get a kickback. It helps fund the website, Ashes 101, paradoxgaming.net. It'll help pay for the team speak, all that shit, the icons, the logos. I'm going to be talking to the studio next week to do the new overlay. So it pays all that stuff. But what I don't want you to do is I don't want you to sign up using my referral code, right? I don't want you to sign up with my referral code and then go get your own 30 referrals. I don't want you to go get your own 30 referrals because the more referrals you get, the less cash you spend, the less cash I make. So if you go get your own 30 referrals, which I encourage you to do, go be an advocate for Ashes, go sign up, use my referral code to sign up. And then if you're already signed up, go get your own referral code. Go advocate Ashes to more people. Get yourself some embers. Get yourself some months of sub time. Do what you need to do. I want you to do that. But if it was a pyramid scheme, I absolutely would not want that. Well, I mean, I would if it was a pyramid scheme, but since, you know what I'm saying? I'm de-incentivized to tell you about the referral program for yourself. Because I get 15% of your cash, not 15% of your embers. You know what I'm saying? So there's a bunch of things that people could have a little argument on. I have a little bit of an argument here. I have a little bit of an argument here. And Steven, to his credit, he kind of pulled, oh, this is the one, guys, we have to defend both sides. So make sure we build on both sides. But Steven, to his credit, he saw me make that statement. He's like, yeah, I'd like to see you make the argument. I did. I built a PowerPoint presentation, Go Chair Force, and I sent it to him. Lo and behold, over the next couple of weeks, he damn near addressed every single thing I said. All right, guys, this is going to be, we need a big block of people here. And a big block of people there. And a big block. We need people everywhere. So to his credit, Steven turned around and he said, got it. I see what you're saying. He addressed most, if not all of the points. Like, he can't address every single thing because some of the things I went into were like in the weeds stuff. But good on him for addressing that. Now, why are so many, like, that's the what. Now the why. Why are there so many people taking nibbles and bites out of Ashes? Because they're upset about Pantheon. They're upset about Crowfall turning out to be ass. They're upset about Camelot Unchained being... Camelot Unchained is a ship at sea with no sails, no rudders, and no oars. I don't think Camelot Unchained will ever find land. I don't think it will ever find launch. Star Citizen, different genre inside the genre. It's sci-fi space, not fantasy, but it's still... Star Citizen is running off as the most successful crowdfunding game ever, and it ain't producing shit. Chronicles of Valyria is in a lawsuit. Arcade Unchained, as much as it pains me to fucking say this, Arcade Unchained is gonna come along and is gonna just shit on everybody that's in development right now. And here's why. If a couple of things happen, if Cacao allows Jake Song to have full creative control over ArcH 2, and if Jake Song holds true to his recent interview where he understands the Western audience does not want pay to win, and he understands that pay to win is what caused the downfall of ArcH. If those two facts are true, ArcH 2 is going to seriously shit on people. Because let's be honest, ArcH is the best game to come out in the last decade. ArcH is tarnished by the pay to win. ArcH is tarnished by the fact that Scott Hartzman, Crolin, Big Data Dude, Celestrata, I'm not going to say Fire Kate and Amory because I think they got shuffled to other projects, but they, Tryon and later Gamigo fucking shit on their product. Crowlin in company with the launch of Arcade Unchained, that was the fucking most diabolical thing I've ever seen. The most diabolical thing I've ever seen a game company do. But if Kakao is the distributor for Arcade and they don't pay to win the shit out of it, I think they're going to be I think Arcade 2 is going to capture market share, especially since the new Lord of the Rings game is probably not going to be free to play anymore. Because guess who just bought Lay whatever technologies? Oh yeah, that would be Tencent. So Tencent just bought the company. Tencent just bought the company that is making the new Lord of the Rings game. So Tencent only knows. Oh, what's up, Maverick? Tencent only knows how to pay to win the shit out of stuff. That's all they know how to do. Also, not that it was never gonna be, but Life is Feudal teaches us. Remember, I said, pay attention to what you sign, pay attention to what you sign, pay attention to what you sign. You guys, I don't say this shit over and over and over and over and over because I like to hear myself talk about it. Pay attention to what you sign. The company that produces Life is Feudal used Xsolla as their distributor in North America, and Xsolla said, we don't like the way you're marketing the game. It's not making us enough money. We're not going to give you any more of your money unless you change. And they're like, we don't want to change. Amazon Studios was not behind the new Lord of the Rings MMO. They were not behind it. The Western audience read one article and believed that Amazon was behind the new Lord of the Rings. Amazon is behind the new Lord of the Rings TV show. Amazon is the supporting secondary studio. Layout Technologies is the primary developer. So it is. Somebody read the one from April that says, as Amazon's giant push into gaming, the company is developing a new Lord of the Rings MMO with developers who worked previously on Destiny, WoW, and PlanetSide, which is true, except they're not lead. They are secondary. Primary, they are collaborating with Layout Technology Holdings. It's actually Layout Technologies that has all of the licensing for the game. Amazon's just the fucking purse strings. However, Layout, however it's pronounced, got bought by Tencent. And that's just that. All right, guys, if we have anybody that can drop up here. Drop melee, drop whatever you can right up there. Because we might be able to snag an easy win here. Oh, we're full. That's why we can't. Never mind. Yeah, you hold off your hype. Yeah, we're at 100%. Am I feeling better than last time? Yeah, we found out today, actually. Found out my wife has COVID, and we're assuming my daughter does as well. Let's see. We might be okay. Oh, I got smoked. No, we're not okay. We're done. We're done. Yeah, there's no easy wins. That's true. Yeah. So, let's see. What do I think about the sale of Daybreak Games? Which studio of Daybreak Games? Because Daybreak broke up into 3 companies. So I don't know which of the studios got sold. I didn't see anything about the sale of Daybreak Games. Let's look it up. $300 million. Okay, which studio did they buy? Or did they buy it before they sold them all? I thought. Oh, okay. So they hadn't broken up into, well, they broke up into their 3 studios, but they got bought up by EG7. I mean, here's part of how. Wasn't it SUE that was broken? No, it was Daybreak Games was broken into what the fuck? It was earlier this year. They split into 3 studios. Daybreak Games is dismantled into 3 studios called Dimensional Ink Games, Dark Paw Games, and Rogue Planet Games. And that was back in that was all the way back in January. Shit, long year. Yeah, so yeah, they broke into 3 studios. So it was all bought then. Here's the thing. Daybreak Games, the fuck have they done in recent years that's been impressive? What have they released in recent years? Let's see. DC Universe Online, Planet Side 2. I'm looking for years. H1Z1, Star Wars Galaxies back in 2003, but then John Schmedley fucked that up. Planet Side Arena in 2019. I mean, they haven't released. There hasn't been anything that's been like hold my beer from Daybreak Games in years. Yeah, the games are active. The games are active, but like that's like, sure, the game is active, but it's not good. People like if the MMORPG genre wasn't such shit at the moment, okay, those games are good because people are nostalgic and there's nothing to rip them away. There's nothing to rip them out of their comfort zone. I know people that have never moved past EverQuest 2. I think pretty much everybody I knew that played EverQuest moved on to EverQuest 2. So those games are popular, but those games are popular because there's nothing else the fuck going on. What else do you go play? WoW? Final Fantasy? Okay. Even those games are 15 and 6 years old. Although Yoshi P is probably the most important person in the MMORPG genre right now. And I say that because he is on the board of directors. He's supervising 2 products for Square Enix right now. He used his influence on the board of directors to vote down the development of a new MMO. He got ahead of the whole people don't like mobile MMOs, so they canceled the Final Fantasy XI mobile version because he said people aren't going to like it. He is committed to Final Fantasy XIV for at least another 4 years. So, and I don't mean him, I mean the company. He forced the company to basically commit to Final Fantasy XIV as their lead MMO. They want to do a reboot. I'm sorry guys, I read the report, the investors report really, really quickly. The remaster of 7, disc 2 or game 2 is going. They want to do a remaster of another one, but I don't remember which one. I do apologize. I don't have it off the top of my head. We'll take a quick look at that. Square Enix has a lot of sub-companies. Square Enix is like all major corporations. They have a lot of subsidiaries, and a lot of other peeps. That's just like Disney. Disney has a gaming company. Disney has a video game company. It's Disney Interactive, I believe. They own a percentage share of Epic Games as well. I don't know how much, because it seems like everybody claims that they own a part of Epic Games. All right, let's take a look at this, and let me tell you, these are all shit numbers. All right, these are all shit numbers. Here's what you got to look at. The only game on this board, the only game up here that's of any influence is DC Universe Online, which I'm fucking amazed that they have 419 monthly average users, 419,000 monthly average users. That's an insane amount of monthly average users. I'd need the rest of this chart. See, I have to question this chart though. I need to see the footnote on monthly average users divided by members. Oh, that must be subscriptions. Well, that doesn't make sense. No, that can't be. What's the debase gaming? What's the footnote? What's footnote 2? Because you gave me the image, not the whole document. What's footnote 2? But even so, the only 2 games up here, well, 3. Lord of the Rings Online is going to get some residual. But 26 million and 11 million, those are doing well. Your game with your second biggest population has not your second biggest draw. Let me see real quick. Just give me the whole fucking document. I hate when they do this shit. Where is it? Give me the whole document. Daybreak Games, Dark Pod Games, Rogue Planet Games. Okay, I see what they did. Yeah, I can't find what I need. Oh, there you go. There we go. That's why I love my audience. Page 15, right, is where we were. Oh, let me take this off the screen real quick. Page 15. As of September 2020, members defined as customers who have purchased a monthly membership. Okay, so yeah, I was right. Right, see, this is when you've been doing this as long as I have. So that monthly average users is how many people play Later Zetrix. So monthly average users, MAU is monthly average users, and then the other number is members. Those are people that have a membership. I actually find one thing to be odd. And the thing I find to be odd is that EverQuest 2 only has 29,000 monthly average users. Everything else, I mean, I would validate that number. But that is an insane loyalist community to all their games except I mean, you're talking 41%, you're talking almost 50%, you're talking almost 75, if not more percent, and more than 70. Yeah, their games have a fucking massive return on investment. So yeah, that's actually really good stuff. Now the problem is, let me tell you, let me break this to you down another way. The other way you break this down is those numbers. It's a good thing that they put the year-to-date bookings on each of those, because I would shit can 3 of these products right off the bat. I would shit can EverQuest 2, Dungeons and Dragons Online, and PlanetSide 2 just because of how little they're making. But then you have to look at it, how you'd have to get into some more details, like how little are they making compared to how much are they costing. So yeah, that's actually great for them. That's actually really, really good for them. So we might. My fear is not doing any further research, but my fear is that they got bought out because somebody wants to just they want to poach the talent. I think the purchase value, maybe the IP. Yeah, the IP definitely the EverQuest IP. The DC distribution license, depending on what's left on it, the Dungeons and Dragons distribution license. We know that they don't have a distribution license for anything new on the Lord of the Rings license. That was like, they also apparently had a Marvel license. Yeah, the problem with the Marvel licenses are Papa Mouse told everybody that thought they had a Marvel license, they said, go read your fucking contracts. A lot of companies that had a Marvel license when Stan Lee was trying to do everything in his power to make money. Stan Lee licensed Marvel to fucking everybody. And now that Papa Mouse owns Marvel, the legal team said, hey, you guys may have had a license, but you need to check it, you need to read it. And a lot of these companies are finding out they have a Marvel license, or they had a Marvel license, but they can't, oh no, they can't do anything with it because remember, contracts, there's a reason why contracts are hundreds and thousands of pages long. I mean, shit, this fucking bill, this stimulus package, that all the Americans, you're getting your $600 check, plus $500 for your kids. That bill was 5,500 pages. Well, there's shit in there that shouldn't be in there, but that's like contracts. Contracts will oftentimes say, if you don't have a product in development by year 4, you can't do anything without ownership's permission. Disney is still angry about the Spider-Man thing. If you guys don't know this, Disney owns everything for Marvel except Spider-Man. Disney did not get Spider-Man because Spider-Man was licensed to Sony, not to Fox. So, and the real kick in the nuts for Disney is Disney cannot use any Marvel character that Universal Studios has licensure for until Universal Studios abandons the character or until the original contract expires. So Marvel, when they leased Marvel to Universal Studios, they leased it out before Spider-Man got cut out to Sony. And if you've never been to Universal Studios Orlando, they have a whole Marvel section. They have a whole Marvel area. They have a ride called The Incredible Hulk. They have Doctor Doom's Death Drop. They have the Spider-Man ride. Really, really good ride. Which is why you get the obligatory Spider-Man movie every couple of years. Exactly. That's why you get really shit Spider-Man movies every few years, because if Sony doesn't use the product, then Sony will be told, you haven't made a product with it. Now you need our permission. And here's the shitty thing about contract law. If it says you need to get permission from the ownership to use it, you may have a valid license, but if Disney says no, well, I don't want to say if Disney says no. I want to say if Marvel says no, because it's just so you guys know, when it comes to like Lucasfilms is still Lucasfilms. Everyone just says Disney because Disney has the fucking hand up the fucking digestive tract and moves the lips of Lucasfilms, you know, because it's all you're a Disney employee. You're that subsidiary, but you're a Disney employee. You know what I'm saying? It's like you're not gonna just fucking decide one day to go off the reservation because you probably contractually can't. You probably don't have like, because those contracts, man, those contracts literally tell you that you don't have the legal authority to bind anything to anything without Disney approval. And fucking Disney's legal team is fucking deep. You don't fuck with Papa Mouse because Papa Mouse will shut down carnivals. We laughed a couple of years ago. We took our daughter to the carnival and they had some fucking third-rate fucking Disney merchandise, and found out a little while later that Carnival left here, went somewhere else, and Disney found out that they were passing off third-rate Disney merchandise, and that fucking Carnival got fucking like raided by the FBI and shit, like fraudulent merchandise. But when you're fucking Disney, man, you got fucking FBI agents on the payroll. I think the statistic to finish reading the whole stimulus bill before the deadline was at best 4 pages per minute or something to that effect. Man, let me tell you. No, I'm going to tell them. No, I am. You want to be on camera? You want to be on camera? You want to make all that noise? Now you're on camera. Huh? Is this what you wanted? Huh? Oh, now you're gonna be shy. You can't hide. So, okay. That was a dad I want down, or I'm gonna bite your face off. So, first of all, I don't particularly care for AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. I don't particularly care for her as a person. I don't care for her as a politician. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. I don't care for her as a politician. I don't care for her as a politician because she's a politician. I hate politicians. Give me a statesman. I think that this country needs statesmen and stateswomen, statespeople. Fuck political correctness. They need statesmen. Because this bullshit of getting on the news and crying and whining about, I voted yes so that the American people wouldn't be hurting, but I really, shut the fuck up. You either voted yes or you voted no. You're either part of the problem or you're part of the solution. If you're supposed to be part of this new ultra progressive left, right, center, up, down, left, right, B, select, start movement, then fucking do your job and get you and all the people. Because here's why people like me don't get elected to Congress. Because I would literally go in just like this. I would wear a suit and I'd go in like this and I'd be like, may I have my 1 minute? The floor recognizes Jahlon for 1 minute. Madam Speaker, this is a load of bullshit because there is no way in God's green earth every congressperson has read all 5,500 pages of this. And so it's disingenuous at best and criminal at worst for us to be voting on a bill where nobody can even explain it to their constituents. So either we're going to be the new progressive, free-thinking radical arm of the military, and we're going to say that we're going to change the way things work, or we're going to say that we're just going to continue to be part of the problem. Because where was somebody with the big baller saying, let's just vote on a clean bill to give every American $600. Let's just vote on one clean bill. Because they won't. Because they know that if they vote on the one clean bill, that they won't get anything else done. Why the fuck does this American bill have $10 million for Pakistani gender studies? I'm not saying that Pakistani gender studies isn't an important topic. I'm not saying it is an important topic. I'm saying that when you've got men, women, and children on the streets, right? There are people losing their apartments, losing their homes. losing their cars. They got kicked out of their house. They're living in their car. Now they're losing the car because they can't find work, right? If they had to write the bills themselves, they'd be a lot shorter. You know, if they had to pass a fucking test on the bills, they would be a lot shorter. And President Jahlon will issue a fucking standardized test to all of Congress when they pass these bullshit bills. Be like, all right, guys, send me your 25% of the Senate and your 25% of the House. Who's taking the test? Here's your fucking standardized test. And I'm gonna post your fucking grades to CNN and Fox, and I'm gonna stream. I'm gonna be President Jahlon, and I'm gonna be on Twitch every night. And I'm gonna talk to the American people because I don't need to go to the press room and have my words chopped up. I'll just get on fucking Twitch and I'll be like, guys, ladies, gentlemen, Decepticons, attack helicopters, whoever the fuck you are today. All right. Your Congress people are fucking you. Your Congress people are fucking you. Your Congress people are fucking you over because they're not what's in the best interest of the American people. If I was president, I'd veto anything I could not read in a reasonable amount of time prior to having it passed vetoed. No shit, man. Like, so you're telling me that the president read 5,500 pages of stimulus bill? I fucking doubt it. I doubt it. But that's just what happens. Like, we can't vote on a clean bill. Because if we voted on a clean bill, we'd get nothing done. Well, that's what the president's there for. On top of being the leader of the free world and the commander-in-chief of the most powerful military this world has ever seen, motherfucker's got, well, not this motherfucker, okay? Because I'll tell you guys, again, in all seriousness, if I got made president, I would not golf because I don't play golf. I'd be like, so President Jahlon, how did you spend your free time on Saturday? I played 3 games of Heroes of the Storm. How long did that take? I took an hour out of my day to have an hour for me. I also ran, I took my kids down to the bowling alley that the White House has, I did a little cardio. But yeah, I don't go golf. I haven't spent more days golfing than I have legislating or governing or executing. Listen up, Pakistani gender benders. Your COVID ID release stimulus has been implemented because reasons. Yeah, like, we could have taken that $10 million and we could have given everybody 10 more cents, right? It sickens me. And guys, I'm gonna be honest. If you ever hear the thing that the military is wasteful, shut those people down. Shut those people down right away. Because let me tell you, the military doesn't choose to be wasteful. The military has the most fucked up, the absolute most fucked up budgeting and executing and spending rules I have ever seen. Just so you guys know, the military can't give it back and the military can't hold it over. So when you hear these stories about the military bought 40 TVs, guess what? You goddamn right we bought 40 TVs because otherwise we don't know what happens to it. Did you know that? The military doesn't know what happens to the money if we don't spend it. We can't get an answer. Does it go back to the people? Does it go back to Congress? Does it fucking just disappear? I actually have been led to believe that if we don't spend it, it just straight disappears. It never existed. We're spending money that doesn't exist because it was given to us and we can't give it back. Like if I want to build a building, I say, can I take this 20 million in this color of money? And because there's colors of money. I thought money was all green. All right. I thought money was all green and it's not. There's black money and there's yellow money and there's green money and there's red money. And this happens about every August 15th. You have to spend it all by 30 September. And you start calling all of the other money people and you're like, look, man, I got 20 million in red and I need 20 million in yellow. What can you do for me? And they're like, well, I need about 6 million in red, but I only have 4 million in yellow. And you're like, all right, don't do anything. Don't do anything with that 4 million in yellow. Give me 2 days to work it. And you're like fucking at a casino, man. It's like military money is like a casino. You're like fucking changing chips. It's ridiculous. The Fed just prints it into existence, so if it vanishes, nothing really happens other than the coin gone in the first place. Yeah, no shit. Somewhere along the line, our country got fucked when our money was no longer backed by hard currency. Uh-oh. Oh no, oh, we caught him. We're planted. Our Archer Core, it's doing its thing. Oh, those are, oh, come here, fatty. Oh, look at that. Archer Core does it again. That's my boys. Them's my boys. All right, guys, I'm gonna do something I usually don't do. I'm going to throw up the be right back. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Alrighty. let's see. Where are we at? What did we learn in class today? Whoever decided the budget for things needs to take a refresher. What we learned today was whoever decides the budget for things for the federal government needs to be shot. And we need to have some actual common sense stuff. It's just like we're continuously dumbing down society. Society is getting dumber, and it actually appalls me as to how dumb society is getting. It's a really sad state of affairs. We've made everything so complicated. We've made everything so complicated that the common man can't do anything. Try going to the courthouse and because you can, you can as an individual go to the courthouse and file subpoena paperwork if you have just cause. But try to figure that process out. Try to figure out the process of anything at the courthouse. Try to figure out the process of anything at in taxes. We've created a legal system and a tax system that's so complicated that self-fulfills lawyers and accountants. Why can't we dumb down and simplify the tax code so that people that are making less than 50,000 a year don't have to go out of their minds? They don't have to go out of their minds trying to figure out how to how to file their taxes. Just real quick, do any of you file your own tax? You do everything yourself? And if you do, are you an accountant? I just want to know those two things. If the answer is yes, it's yes, I am an accountant. Yes, and I am an accountant. Or yes, and no, I'm not an accountant. Because I think we're perpetuating the existence of TurboTax and H&R Block because we've made the tax system so complicated that nobody can file their taxes. Nobody can do anything. You just simply cannot. I did until I can no longer get by with the 1040 easy. If you mean use a website to do the heavy lifting, then yes. No. Okay, so you do, and you're not an accountant. Okay. Sparky did until he can no longer get by with the 1040 EZ, although Sparky could use Military One Source and get the best damn software for free. I still use Military One Source. I mean, we get free H&R Block, so you might as well use it, right? You do your own taxes, but you use software. Yeah, I don't think anybody does their own taxes. Yeah, you did while they had easy forms. Yeah. I don't think, and did you know that if you're if you are using the EZ form, you're probably overpaying your taxes? Did you know that? Just so you know that. You've been paying H&R Block? Yeah, man, militaryonesource.com. Get your Military One Source account set up, and then H&R, we get H&R Block, we get Vita Tax Rep paid for because we're military. You didn't know that? Learned something else from me every day. That used to be on my that used to be on my briefing for. Thank you. That used to be on my briefing for new people. I would tell people, I would tell the new people that would come into the military, I'd be like, by the way, go to militaryOneSource.com. It's the greatest website. They haven't had easy forms for about 2 years. Yeah, they they also got rid of hobby income last year. So you can no longer be a Twitch streamer as a hobby. If you're making money as a Twitch streamer, you're self-employed. The tax deferral stuff. I don't know about the tax deferral stuff. I don't have income, so I have a pension. The Navy isn't great at taking care of its people. They want work from the second you hit the deck plates. Man, I will tell you right now, Navy basic training was some of the most criminal and fucked up shit I ever saw. Dangling dog tags in the push-up position. No thanks. I'm glad I went Air Force. Your reward for running faster than everybody else was to be in the push-up position with your dog tags touching the ground, spinning. What the fuck? That's like some sick shit, man. I don't know who thought of that, but that was over the top. I specifically signed on the Air Force dotted line for a reason. Do I have it? I'll tell you why I signed on the Air Force dotted line. No, you're old. You can't have pizza. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They're all mad at me because like the holidays went by. The holidays went by and they weren't allowed to have well, they got a little bit, but they didn't get much. Oh my god, look at above us. That's fucking what is this? Flying Rogue Squadron. This is the most fucked up shit I've seen. Let me see if I can multitask. Maybe it's not Air Force. Maybe it's military. Oh, we lost. Imagine that. Oh, I can't find it. One really good one. Oh, let me try there. I'm gonna try to multitask. It's just kind of a laid back day. Oh my god. Somebody sent me a picture of a fail. All you tech support people. Somebody sent me a picture of a photocopier and the person called in a ticket and they said the photocopier's not working. And the reason why is they put the fresh paper in, but they didn't take it out of the wrapper. They just put the brick of the brick of paper in outright. That's fucking hilarious. The reason I didn't even talk to the Air Force recruiter, she never looked up from her phone to motion me to take a seat when I asked. She looked mad when I was in her doorway. Yeah, I mean, this is the stupid thing about the Air Force recruiters, and it was something I was working on trying to change. Some of them get quotas that are unrealistic, and then some of them get quotas that are so easy that they literally get shit on if they recruit more than like over and above their quota, then they get shit on by recruiting command because they're like, you do realize that for every person extra over this number you bring in, you're hurting somebody else. And it's like, no, who you're hurting is the kid who comes into the recruiter's office who wants to join the Air Force, and you're basically sending him away and like, go get fucked. Like that's the problem. Like, we have such a stupid system. Like, you shouldn't be graded on how many people you bring into the military. That's just a bad metric. Like, you should be graded on the numbers previous to your area. Oops, I forgot to drop. My bad. I'm such a fucking scrub. I was busy looking for this. This is why I joined the Air Force. All of my prior military will agree. These are your four qualities of life in the military. Now you tell me You tell me, if you had to choose between sleeping in the dirt, sleeping next to a truck, hanging out with a dude on a fucking flight deck, or being with 5 girls in a dorm room, you fucking do the math, man. You fucking do the math. Those are bikinis, by the way. They're all in bikinis. That is not underwear. That is fucking bikinis. Don't anybody get your fucking shit out of whack. So, Steel Beach picnic. Yeah, right. I had a really funny experience. The Navy lived in my dorm at Shepherd. The Navy didn't have too many people. They had like the CB squadron, and then they had the Navy medical. Not the corpsmen. That's not the training that we had. But their dental techs and their dental lab, and I think like their med lab people. I think and then BMETs, of course. But Navy pipeline couldn't go BMET. You had to be an E5. But so it was, I think dental lab, dental technicians, and dental technicians, and oh, look at that. It's fine looking animation that I need to get changed. Oh, and we got an emote. Thank you. And they're like medical lab people. They all went. Well, I'm walking down the hallway one day, and I'm going past our mailboxes, and this girl walks past me, and I recognized the name tape. I stopped. I called her name. She turned around. A chick that worked for me. I shouldn't call her a chick. A girl who worked for me at the mall when I was in retail a couple of years later was in pipeline training at the same time as I was. So, yeah, dental technicians have been folded into corpsmen. You're dating yourself. Yeah, I'm dating myself if that's the case. Then again, people always called me a radical when I said that the fact that we have Air Force med techs, we have Navy corpsmen, and we have Army field medics. I personally thought that we should just save ourselves a whole lot of fucking time, effort, energy, and resources, and we should just if we're gonna break off a fucking group of the Air Force and call them the Space Force, I'm so sorry, brethren. That is to be the most embarrassing thing for you ever. I'm a part of the Space Force, but I'm not in NASA. We should just pull all of the medical stuff out, and it should just be Department of Defense Medical. Instead of U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, their name tape should just say DOD Medical. And they should just be their own branch of service, and they should all maintain the same standards. And then again, I'm the guy that says that we just should have one physical fitness standard, but nobody wants that. No, well, the Air Force wouldn't survive that. I'm sorry. They're my people. They're my peeps. But the number of Air Force PT fails is going to go up after this. Work from home and don't have squadron PT and all this other stuff. There, man, we're gonna see failures go through the roof. And in the Air Force, we don't do PT altogether. We trust you to go do your own PT. Oh, it's already happening? Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm so fucking glad that's happening. It's like Navy PT is the worst. Navy PT as a group. Navy PT as a group is the worst I've ever had to engage with. They're the absolute worst because they do some sadistic and malicious shit to each other. So if you guys have busters, you might as well drop them. Yeah, the only Navy groups I've seen were the ones at Wright Pat, the students that were at Air Force Institute for Technology. They had to do group PT, and that caused a very bizarre scenario. That caused a very bizarre incident once. So I'm joining the Navy for PT for like 2 weeks because their class lead or their whatever, their whoever whatever was out on a medical emergency, and apparently they can't be trusted among themselves. They can't be trusted among themselves to do their own PT. They have to have somebody else supervise them. I don't understand that shit, but whatever. So I go out there to do PT with them, and they call me captain. I was a captain, and so paperwork gets shuffled, names and whatever. So people start calling me thinking I'm a Navy 06 when I'm an Air Force 03. That's another fucking bizarre thing that we've never changed. Is there any art for the Nakua, the Vec, or the Talnar? Yeah, there's a little bit of, not character art. There's a little bit of art for some of the races. You can find it on the wiki. But you can't, like, I don't think we have any like Vec character art per se. We have like work of their temples. We've seen some of their cosmetics. But no, if it's not on the wiki, we don't have it. Will the game be pay to play? Yes. Ashes of Creation. Wow. How long has it been since we talked about Ashes? Ashes of Creation is a subscription-based game. You must buy the subscription every month. You cannot buy the subscription with in-game gold. It will be $15 a month. If you recruit people to the game through the referral program, then you don't have to pay anything. You get 15% of people's purchases. So when you too have your own referral link like I do, and people sign up and spend money, you get 15%. It goes into a pot. If you don't want to take the money as cash, then you just use it to pay your subscription. It's okay. I don't care. I didn't find out there was PvP today until about 30 minutes before my show. And so I just wasn't stoked for PvP for Stream Raiders. I was stoked to talk about Ashes. So that's why I'm just like, let's just drop and have a good time. So that's just why that's why that is that. I'm not at all interested in what goes on today. Not that, you know, not that, you know, we're not going to get serious about Stream Raiders PvP in the future, but I agree. Having medical as a separate branch would make things so much simpler. I can't tell you how much confusion could have been avoided if there wasn't medical corps from 3 different branches trying to work together. You know, the funniest thing was walking in, being TDY to an army base, getting hurt, going upstairs because I was already in the clinic, being in coveralls and scrubs, coveralls I think I was in. And so getting evaluated and getting handed a form with a course of treatment. And I was like, this is the wrong form. And they're like, what? I'm like, this is the wrong form. They're like, excuse me? I'm like, I'm Air Force. I'm not Army. This is the wrong form. And they're like, oh, you're Air Force. They fucking here's 2 days of quarters. The other one was like minor duty restriction, go back to work. But because I was Air Force, they're little how to handle Air Force TDY personnel. 2 days of quarters, have them call back to their home unit. It's like, how the fuck does the same injury get 2 courses of treatment? But then again, the Air Force is the branch of service that is so worried about getting laughed at by the other branches of service. Your course of treatment at the medical group is based on whether or not you're upcoming to your PT test or you've taken your PT test. If you're upcoming to your PT test, they tell you to just keep exercising and make sure to ice appropriately after your workouts. If you've already passed your PT test, they tell you don't run on it for 3 weeks. Like, that's how shitty, like, that's how bad the Air Force is with the people trying to dodge their PT tests. Will I be able to play on a low-end PC if I turn down all the settings to low? Well, keeping in mind that 30 series graphics cards are now considered norm, or now considered available, you're probably not going to be playing on a fucking potato. I will share with you what their specs are. There's their specs for alpha. you're probably looking at a 10 series graphics card at the minimum. Keep in mind that a lot of people are forgetting that 10 series graphics cards are now two generations behind. So if you've got a 1060, you're on the low end. If you've got lower than a 1060, you're on the potato end. I know some people have like a 900 series graphics card and they're like, well, my graphics card, yeah, your graphics card is four generations back. That's like the dude the other day who wanted to know if he's going to be playing Ashes of Creation on his 660. No, probably not, bro. Like, your fucking graphics card is from like 2014. It's 2020. You gotta step it. Oh shit, 660 is probably 2012. It's a lot. Oh, fucking. Ever since I've retired, time doesn't move. Time doesn't move once you're retired. You're like, get off my lawn. I just told you fucking kids that. Yeah, 2012. So 8 years old. Like, you fucking probably need a 1660 card. Yeah, probably a 10 series, a 1060, a 1080. But yeah, remember, if Ashes doesn't come out for another 2 years and they release the 4000 cards, which NVIDIA will, because NVIDIA is getting slapped all over the place. NVIDIA is going to release a 2-year update. I mean, you're not going to need it. If you get a 3000 card, like just I don't want to be an advocate for rampant, unresponsible consumerism. If you have a 20 series graphics card, you do not need to upgrade to a 30 series graphics card. Okay? If you have a 2080, you don't need a 3090. In fact, I would be willing to bet that let me look at who's in my chat right now. I'm gonna do a real quick scan of who's in my chat. The people that I know. 1, 2, 2 by name people. There are only 3. There are 3 people in the channel that I know as content creators that could even justify saying I'm buying a 3090, and then me, of course. There's only 3. Like, you don't need a 3090. In fact, if you're not making content, you don't need a 3080 or a 3090. You're gonna get by on a 3070. If you're making content, a 3080 is gonna be nice because gonna be nice because ooh, that was a nice one. You know, helps with your processing time. It helps, especially since we're like a year away. We're really like a year away from doing YouTube 2K videos. 2K videos on YouTube. Oh no! Oh no! We were so close! I have a 4K 144 hertz monitor and I need the power. Well, yeah. See, you're the exception. You have a 4K monitor. Why the fuck do you have a 4K 144? Ugh. Gross. But you have the monitors to support the graphics card. A lot of people are spending the money and they're getting these graphics cards, and you're like, but what are you displaying it to? What are you displaying your graphics card to? And they've got these low end, these horribly low end graphics cards, or I'm sorry, these horribly low end monitors, and you're like, but do you understand? Do you understand how this works? Like, do you understand how life works? And then they're like, no. Wow, the monitors I bought, holy fuck, the monitors I bought for this room back in August were $449 a piece. These same monitors are $648 a piece. if anybody's looking at monitors, these are what I got. Don't talk about my 2 times 1080p 144 hertz monitors while I have an i9 and a 3080. Stop lying. You have 2 times 1080p 60 hertz monitors. Don't you dare try to oversell me those 1080p monitors or 144 hertz. Those are 60 hertz monitors and you know it. Don't you lie to me. I'm Papa Jahlon. Not Papa John. I don't want fucking a pizza lawsuit. But yeah, those are the monitors I bought. So those are 1440p monitors. They are very, very, very sexy. But I had the unfortunate problem of I had to buy monitors. I had to buy monitors in the middle of this fucking bullshit pandemic. Yeah, they jacked the prices on those. Well, here's the thing. You're being bad today, Cat. Here's the problem right now. They were $400 on December 2nd. Oh shit. Yeah, they jacked the price. Or they had to raise the price. You guys do know, if you see a huge price spike on a product, then they're playing the supply and demand card. So if they raise the oh my god, Twitch dad, good luck, dad joke for luck. One of my favorite memories as a kid was when my brothers used to put me inside a tire and roll me down a hill. They were good years. Oh my god, that's awesome. So, but yeah, they if you see a price spike, then the supply and demand, they don't have enough supply right now. The big problem is for some reason, China, guys, work with me here. China isn't being affected by COVID, even though they're the densest population in the world, second only to population density, believe it or not, South Korea and then India, density, people per inch, right? Because China's a really big fucking country. There's like a lot of space that nobody's in. But for some odd reason, China isn't being overrun by COVID, but at the same time, China's ability to produce products is at an all-time low. I don't know. I apparently I'm supposed to be a member of the sheeple of the United States, and I'm not supposed to read between the lines, and I'm just supposed to say China's healthy, but they don't produce stuff. Can't be bothered to spend 400 euros for a 2K 140 hertz as a third screen. Doesn't even fit my desk, and the two 1080s are too new to throw away. Yeah, yep, exactly. You're in the boat. Your monitors are too new. You can't throw them away. And I'm guessing that you have like paired monitors like I do, so you can't just upgrade one. You need to upgrade two. And then you'd have 4 monitors, and then it'd just be fucking crazy nuts. You can get crazy with 4 monitors. Oh my god, we got schwacked. You can't have 4 monitors, because that would be a gluttonous pig, right? If you had 4 monitors, you'd be a gluttonous pig. Even though I want a 6-pack. In the future, when Paradox Gaming Network is a household name like Ninja, and I'm on Dancing with the Stars and Masked Singer, whichever one. Oh, he was on Masked Singer. I'm gonna have a studio building built, and I'm gonna have like 6 monitors with like a big like 60-inch curved on the bottom, and then all these status monitors. I'm gonna have an entire monitor just for my Wavelink software, just because I can. Let's see. We're just dropping units and having a good time today. All right. Debating running 3 monitors. I will say this. I run 3 monitors, but this monitor right here only gets, this is a shit monitor. This is a fucking, I think a 12-year-old Acer monitor. That one gets used for when I'm doing very specific things while I'm streaming. If I'm looking at the forums on the side screen, if I'm, when I'm working on Ashes 101, that's where I put the YouTube. In fact, I probably should start being more responsible and just turning that monitor off. So it just fucking burns all day. But yeah, I don't really need 3 for day-to-day use. I need 3 for streaming. The reason why I'll need 3 for streaming later on is what you can't see is I've got 2 monitors here and here. On this screen, I have my audio software and my Twitch queue, my reward queue. That'll come over to the side monitor because the Twitch will come into this monitor and then I'll be playing on this monitor. Although I have discovered I laid this room out when I was only doing the Q&A shows. And now I realize that key light isn't going to work in that position because it fucking burns my damn retinas when I'm gaming. Like if I spend most of my time looking at like this half of the screen, but when I look this way, that light is a killer. So I'm going to have to figure that out. Pre-COVID, you had 3 monitors at work. The left monitor was portrait, best ever for military instructions or other PDFs. Yeah, that's what I had as well. I had a 3-pack, one portrait, and then 2 in front of me. And then I had access to a workstation with a 60-inch monitor for those long fucking spreadsheets that just go on forever to the left and to the right. Yeah. Will the game have Easter eggs? Yes. Steven, Jeff, they are big on Easter egg sort of things. Now, not Easter eggs like for Easter, not Easter Bunny, but yeah, little secret stuff. Yeah, can I share a little secret? Do I have it? Let me see if I have it. I have an Easter egg from Ash's previous testing that I am allowed to release stuff from. Let me see. Nope. Oh, well, that's not good. That ain't good. Let me see. I just realized my computer decided to make a folder for something that I don't want it to have a folder for. Screenshot. Let me see. View list. View details. Type. All right. Let me see real quick. Yeah. And I just gotta grab the file. 1 second. 10:08. Yep. So here's an Easter egg from oh, you know what I'll do? I'll make my life a little bit simpler. I'll do copy and I'll put it on my desktop so I don't have to cycle through 80,000 pages. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's the ticket. Apparently that's not the ticket. Where the hell is my file? Why? Nah, there we go. There's an Easter egg from APOC. This is, as you can see, the sandal shrine. You can see the sandal in the middle, and then very, very disturbing, very, very fucking disturbing little shrine with bloody handprints. But yeah, this was an Easter egg found in the APOC Battle Royale. You actually had to go and search it out. So that was kind of cool. They are big on Easter eggs. They like players having to go and find stuff. They don't want everything just given to the players. They want you to go and find and search and look. There's some other Easter eggs that have been a thing, but can't go into them. So yeah, they like Easter eggs. I like Easter eggs too. The problem is, what's the problem with the modern gamer? The modern gamer can't go find shit for themselves. Like, people PM me about Cyberpunk, and they're like, I can't figure this out. And you give them a hint. And they're like, well, dude, don't give me a hint. Just tell me. No, fuck you. Go play the game. If you want it from me, I'm gonna give you a hint. If you want the answer, you don't want to earn it, then go fucking look it up on Google. I'm gonna give you a hint. Bloody handprints looks more like a shrine to the Chankala. Oh, here we go. Oh, we're surrounded. Yay. Help if I switch screens. Yes, buy us time. Buy us time to get shot in the face somewhere. It's 10 to 12. I don't think we're winning this one, boys. Oh, maybe. Can we protect that archer? Nope. Oh, we did. No, we don't have enough. We got 3 of us left. Yeah. We're just kind of throwing units down today. Oh, at least you didn't abandon the colors. You flew the colors to the very end. So. Yeah, I wish we got to see what the red crystals were for in the boss fight. Yeah, you'll find out all that stuff later. Part of me believes that some of the people in that encounter would have known what those were for. However, I believe honestly that Steven wasn't fully. I believe that Steven wasn't fully versed on. Oh yeah, there we go. I believe Steven was legitimately seeing that fight for the first time. A lot of people think there's no way stuff's being developed without Steven knowing about it. I want you to think about it like this. How can Steven possibly know every single thing that's being developed if Steven's trying to run the company and do his job and approve stuff? A lot of things are going to get done that Steven's not going to see. Steven is going to see things after the fact. Keep up the great streaming. Hey, I appreciate it. A game in development is huge. Yeah, it absolutely is. Absolutely is. By the way, guys, if you're going to continue to join us for PvP, I am going to be locking my PvP matches in the future. Most people that hang out here are already on my Discord, but yeah, I'm going to be putting a code up on my channel. The last couple of times we've PvP'd, I got people just coming in and trolling. So, in the future tournaments, we're actually going to take them a little bit more seriously. That was proven he didn't know the mechanics of the boss. Yeah. I mean, if you've been, this is going to sound kind of like stalkerish, right? And it's not my intention, but when you've been watching Steven for 4 years stream and game and talk and present, it's really hard to lie and look natural. Steven didn't know that encounter. Well, we couldn't see his face. So had he had a webcam on, that might have been a little different. But Steven sounded legitimately like he was encountering it for the first time. Now, is that the case? No, I don't know. Did he get a briefing on what the fight was going to be? I doubt it. It just doesn't seem like that's his style. Can't wait till they change the combat. It looks way too slow. If you're looking for high speed combat, Ashes isn't going to be for you. The time to kill in Ashes is going to be 30 seconds floor. They don't want BDO 3-hit wombo combos. They don't want Arcage, one guy killing 19 people. They are aiming for about a 30-second floor to the time to kill. Of course, it may take well over a minute to kill some people. That's just the nature of the game. Yeah, the game looks really cool. I've kind of staked like a large, I have kind of staked a large part of my content creation on Ashes' future. Stop solo killing a whole raid. I know. I haven't ever killed a whole raid, but I have tanked a whole raid. I heard this boss is actually a raid with 60 plus people. This twins boss fight is actually a 40-person raid. I'll jump ahead. This is actually a 40-person raid around level 10. It just doesn't feel fluid, no impact, no decent movements during combat. Oh, that's because the animations are the animation and the flow is only on first pass. Usually you would never, ever. Did I say never? Because I'm saying never. You would usually never see this type of footage publicly. They had a change in their development timeline. I mean, they've had Intrepid doesn't highlight their failures, but they have had some serious significant setbacks, which are normal for video game development. First young studio, first game issues, because they don't have a proprietary library of solutions yet. So March open test, well, first of all, it's not a March open test. Let's be specific. March's test is a closed test. It's just not an NDA test. Also realize the March test isn't relevant for combat progress. The combat revamp isn't slated until April's deployment. So if you're expecting to see the new combat in March, you have the wrong expectations. The combat system revamp, the combat stats will be in March. The stat revamp should be done in March, but the combat itself will be April. Probably because they only showed the mage class, which usually has slow cast times. The fight in the other classes might have had faster fighting mechanics. They have showed the cleric in footage as well. I have footage from a cleric's point of view as well. Remember, all of this footage is based on their old combat design. They're currently revamping the combat design. Combat is very, 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 very difficult to get right. And you're usually in games, in games that you're usually alpha testing, they're still working on combat tweaking until literally the lead developer says, all right, on Friday, we're buttoning up the doll. On Friday, we're sewing up the doll, and we gotta get some testing done in its final form. So keep that in mind. Every game is usually tweaking combat till the very end. Then you got that guy that's like, but just one more tweak, and then he's the asshole that unbalances something. When I talked about Ashes, my wife says it sounds like they're making a lot of progress. I reply, it helps that it's being developed and produced by the same company. Developed and produced by the same company. So they don't have someone that can tell them to change it right away from how as a company they wanted to make it. Yeah. I mean, the fact that Steven can get feedback and then in real time send a direction to the art department and say, all right, guys, I'm fucking tired of hearing about the fireball. Change the goddamn fireball. I mean, normally you would have a publisher or a distributor have to go to the company and be like, they don't like the fireball. And the company would be like, well, we don't care what they like. We're going with the fireball. The fact that Steven can instantly repurpose and they can repurpose that animation, use it for something else and do a new fireball. That's the big part of Intrepid's recipe for success. They have the ability to tweak what they need to tweak. And Steven has the best and the worst job. And I said this once, and you guys know I just speak happy end to fucking 2020. Thanks, Critical Zen. So Steven has the best job and the worst job. And I said once, and you guys know, I just talk. I don't have a political agenda. So sometimes I say something and it comes out like really bad, and that's just gonna happen, right? But I said Steven has the worst position because sometimes he just needs to take a step away and let other people talk first. I'm gonna say that a little bit differently than the last time I said it. But sometimes Steven needs to let a few people talk before him because he's the CEO. Whatever he says, that's where the buck stops. So Steven's actually getting really good at that. Yeah, I'm the man, the myth, and the lettuce. Steven's getting really good at that. Sometimes he stops and he lets some dialogue happen without him jumping in on it. And he lets other people talk for a minute because then he can see what he has to say with, oh my God, I'm going to be cliche and say laser focus. I know, you called me out for the buzzword bingo. Let's see. I really love the names of the bosses. I'm assuming the names of these boss monsters to mirror the two displayed, and the assumption makes me happy. It who parts the sea, it who crushes the mountain. Yeah. People aren't used to seeing a game in an actual alpha state. If I can be so bold for a moment, I would actually say that what they showed off in the twins fight is not alpha footage. If I could be so bold to say this is pre-alpha footage, I would even go so far as to say this isn't even alpha footage, this is tech testing footage. And I will say it's tech testing footage because they've already said that this combat that you're seeing is being completely revamped by April. So what you're seeing is placeholder combat while they get other data. And I know this is going to sound weird for some people, but they're using this combat to get data on the server performance, the server deployment, server metrics, server analytics. They're testing the mob AI, they're testing the effects, the art, the character deployment. They're calling it pre-alpha. No, they're calling it Alpha 1 preview. They're calling it Alpha 1 preview. They're not calling it pre-alpha. They're calling it a preview of Alpha 1. I would be so bold as to say this is tech testing footage because this isn't the actual alpha combat. We know it's not the alpha combat because they've said they're revamping stats in February, March latest, and they're revamping the combat for a no later than April deployment. I think I'll enjoy this game. I'm upset with the art direction though, a little cartoony. No, I'm sorry. This isn't cartoony at all. Compare this to WoW. This isn't, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but I can't even remotely support calling this cartoony. Sorry. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't even. If you call this cartoony, I don't even know. Then, like, this is so far away from WoW, and WoW is cartoony. Just how I see the flippy animations and the flashy lights. Okay, then that's not the art direction. That's the animation direction, and that's fine then. Because the art direction is absolutely not cartoony. You're talking about the animations. And the best part is Steven's aware that people hate the animations so far. They're dialing back the animation effects. What people, and this is, I sound like a broken record and I have to be. What people don't understand is that when you have limited amount of assets developed, you go hard over to the right on the animations that you develop at first, because you can always dial down animations. If you have, and I'm just making up numbers here, and I think I remember 40,000 polygons being the count. If you have 40,000 polygons, that's from no. That's from something else. So I'm gonna make up numbers because I don't want to misquote. If you have 50,000 polygons in your effects, then you're stressing the server, you're stressing the clients because you're like, okay, we have 8 people here dropping animations at 50,000 poly, so that gives us an amount of stress, an amount of strain. It is easy, both from Intrepid and confirmed with some Unreal Engine artists that I've talked to, because when they first said it to me, I was like, that sounds like bullshit. So I went and I fact checked it. It is far easier to start with an animation that's at 50,000 polygon count and bring that down, chop that down to 20,000 than it is for you to have a 10,000 polygon animation and then have the art director come back to you and say, I need you to make this more muchness. Because then you are basically reworking the entire thing. So they only have, and I'm gonna bullshit here, I think 27 abilities would be my guess. Well, 27 plus about 8. So about 35 animations, not complete, but in a completed asset state. It's far easier for them to dial down, to retool those and bring them down than it is to suddenly have to rework completely all those up. 64 classes, no problems with balancing. First of all, there is no 1v1 balance in Ashes of Creation. Your build will encounter hard counters. There will be hard counters to your build. You are slated to lose some fights from the word go. There are some people who have a statistical advantage of beating you. There are some people who, out of the box, have a statistical advantage of beating you. There are some people that you have a statistical advantage of beating. You are their hard counter. Now, there are some that you're going to have just some really good fights. Now, with that said, we have a rogue running up our ass. And things were looking so positive for us. Oh, good. Oh, no, bad. That rogue is gonna, that rogue, yeah, we're crushed. That rogue is just, that's a cool rogue skin too, by the way. So most games try to balance for 1v1. And the problem with balancing for 1v1 is that you're never going to get it right. Now, a couple of things. This isn't Arcade. We don't have 64 unique classes. What we have is 8 primary archetypes. You've got fighter, tank, rogue, ranger, mage, summoner, cleric, bard. Those are your primary 8 archetypes. And then you have 8 classes. So if you take cleric at character creation, you have access to all 8 of the cleric classes, but that's all you have access to. You cannot change cleric to something else. Now, there are some people who sort of change the rhetoric to say what you really have is 8 classes and 8 flavors, 8 specs, 8 builds. I, as an official content creator, cannot echo that sentiment because I'm an official content creator. My charge from Intrepid is to toe the party line when it comes to calling things how they are. So there's 8 primary archetypes. Each archetype has a range of 8 classes. But no, they're not balancing for 1v1. They're balancing for main class and subclass, main primary archetype and class. You got, I fucking know it says base class. I wish to fucking God they would rescind this and re-release it because it's like they said class and then they wonder why everybody's fucking ass confused. Fucking typos, man. But you have a primary archetype and then you have 8 classes. I'm not worried about balancing. Some of the best games I've played were so complex that you couldn't ever optimize. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're new to Ashes of Creation, 2 things. Ashes 101 is your friend, and there's my referral link. Hook me up. I get a kickback, but it lets Intrepid know I'm reaching new people. Big thing that I share with people is progression. And here is the page on progression at Ashes 101. So you're going to have your race pick, and then you're going to have your primary archetype. And then you're going to have your secondary archetype, which forms your class. But you're also going to have your membership in social organizations, your religion, and then your PvP season stats, your PvP bonuses. There is a lot more to your character than just your primary and your secondary. Do you not think it will get too complicated with so many classes and subclasses? Nope. I don't think so at all. I think that the days of everybody having it easy need to be over. There are some decisions Intrepid has made that I disagree with adamantly, and I'm hoping to get changed. One of them is when they hard to balance too many filler abilities. Well, you don't, again, you're not balancing for 1v1. So, this is a concept people don't understand. They're not balancing for 1v1. If you're playing a tank, if you're playing a tank and a rogue comes up, you may laugh at a single rogue. A single rogue is going to be like, fuck, it's a tank. Just get off my road. Get off my road. So good luck. I really don't call for funerals that start before noon. I guess I'm not a morning person. Haha, dad jokes. I like this guy. Will I add the world lore to the 101? Yeah, I am working on the world lore. Let me add that to my list of things to do this week. I'm gonna try to get up. Now that I'm healthy again. My wife has COVID. Fuck, man. I'm so fucking glad that COVID is such an emergency that my wife can get a 5-minute rapid test, but my daughter, who's seen in the same medical complex and is a child, has to wait 3 to 7 days to get her results. I'm so fucking glad that we have anything that resembles common sense with this shit. It's unfucking believable to me. Same healthcare provider, same parent network. My wife gets an instant COVID positive. Thanks, wife. And my teenager has to wait 3 to 7 days for her results. I know. But now that I'm over COVID, I'm going to try to get up early every morning and work. And the lore is something I want to work on. The lore, however, let's be honest, I got to get the lore right. Because if I get the lore right, the lore will be good. If I get the lore anything but right, it'll just be bad. So I'm going to try to do the lore as a story. I'm going to try to get it right. So that's something I'm working on. You're balancing something like 8v8 or 40v40. Yeah, they're balancing around war. They're balancing around sieges, wars, 40s, and then 8. And here's why balancing around 8 is still too small. And somebody said it the other day. Somebody said it the other day. They said healers will be the first to get nerfed because healers are always OP in 1v1. So here's the problem with balancing healers. If I'm only supposed to have one healer, in a oh my god, you went after us with a fucking balloon buster. That was awesome. Good to see it, man. Good to see somebody drop, like, somebody's like, get fucked, have a balloon buster. Here's why balancing healers is so powerful. It's so hard. Healers have this horrible position they're in. First of all, every DPS in the world thinks that they're supposed to be able to kill healers. All right? Every DPS in the world thinks that they're supposed to be able to kill healers. Get that out of your mind, because I'll tell you, in Game Design and Development 101, class I took, we talk about balance, and I think we spent an entire month on balance. I think like a quarter of the assignments were on balance. There is no, and I do this all the time. I do this all the time in the show, and we're gonna talk to Trinity, right? And I want you to realize this is why there's no making everybody happy. First of all, let me change this so I don't burn your retinas. All right. Here's why balance is never gonna happen. You've got tanks, you've got damage dealers, and you've got support. Now, either tanks kill damage dealers, damage dealer kills support kills tanks. The fuck is this? Okay? Or tanks kill support kill damage dealers, and damage dealers say, what the fuck is this? There is no rock, paper, scissors that makes damage dealers feel happy about their lives, because damage dealers either get killed by tanks or they get killed by support. But here's why this problem gets even worse. We're gonna say that the wheel goes this way, right? We're gonna say the wheel goes this way. If a tank can kill a damage dealer, then this means the tank's mitigation surpasses the damage dealer's DPS. And if this is a fact, then how in the hell did the support kill the tank? Because the support has a much lower DPS. So that's why this doesn't work. And then when we do it this way, it doesn't work because if the tank can kill the support, that makes sense. But if the support has enough heals to outlast the damage dealer's DPS, how does the tank have more DPS than the damage dealer? Why is a healer supposed to kill anyone? Here's the problem with that. A healer's not supposed to die to anyone, and this is what people don't want to understand. This is what people don't want to understand. And when you try to break it down for them, this is what happens. Damage dealers, tanks, and support, equal gear, equal level, equal play style. Nobody dies. Nobody dies until somebody makes a mistake. And that mistake has to be big enough that you can capitalize on it. A level 50 tank shouldn't be able to kill or be killed by a support, who shouldn't be able to kill or be killed by a damage dealer, who shouldn't be able to kill or be killed by a tank. Nobody at level 50, gear being equalized, play skill being equalized, should be able to kill anybody. Nobody should be able to kill anybody. Solo 1v1. That's called balance. That's what people don't want to hear. Because here's where the problem comes in. You're telling me as a healer, I can out heal the damage of a boss in a dungeon, but I can't out heal the damage output of any one individual character. I'm sorry, you're starting from a flawed bullshit position. I'm the only healer in a raid fight, in a dungeon fight. I'm the only healer in a dungeon fight. I'm out healing content that is a challenge for our group. But when any one of those DPS get in a fight with me, I suddenly can't out heal their damage. That's bullshit. Because then my tank should take so little damage from this boss that that I'm sitting here with my thumb up my ass DPSing. Or everyone can kill each other at the exact same time, eye for an eye style. Yeah, that's what comes next. What comes next is nobody likes to hear that then it comes down to a matter of RNG. That the healer's heals per second is mitigating most of the damage dealer's damage, but due to mana consumption, it all comes down to the last 10 seconds of the fight, and it all comes down to that last RNG crit. Does the healer RNG crit their last heal and have enough to kill the damage dealer? Does the healer go on a streak of no crits on heals and ends up getting killed by the damage dealer who hits a big crit at the end? So that's the problem when you start talking right off the bat. When you start talking balance, everybody wants to have a healer that can keep them alive in boss fights, but then suddenly that same healer, same gear, walks into a 1v1 and that healer's supposed to die to a damage dealer. And I look at them and I say, what the fuck sort of balance is this? Is this Rosie O'Donnell on a teeter-totter with a 5-year-old? What balance are you looking for? And that's when we get to most of you, even some of you in this channel, even though you're smart people, most of your opinions get ignored because you have unrealistic wants. You have unrealistic wants for balancing. No one level 50 shouldn't be able to kill any level 50 unless there's a massive gear problem or a massive gear disparity or a massive skill disparity. Now, I'm not saying that the top 1% PvPer shouldn't be able to shit stomp, the bottom 1%er, even if the bottom 1%er has better gear, the top 1% PvPer should be able to win. Because He should be able to overcome gear with his skill. But nobody wants to talk about balance. They want to talk about how many kills can I have. That's the problem we have. People want to talk about how many kills can I have, not good fights. Personally, I like fights that I have a chance of losing more than I like fights that I'm simply going to win. Why didn't you go after the stone, stupid? Oh, because you're a rogue. I have more fun in a fight that I have a chance of losing, like a good fight, than I do in a fight that's predetermined that I'm going to win. Is that the pumpkin purple? Is that the pumpkin day strider in the background? I don't know. Let's switch that again. Every class needs its own counter to a point, but not like that it would be an impossible matchup. Yeah, it's the thing about balance is it's not supposed to be like rock, paper, scissors to the point where you lose the fight. Rock, paper, scissors balancing is just a obstacle to overcome. So when you say rock, paper, scissors, and the problem with rock, paper, scissors balancing is the damage dealers still, because they're the largest population of the genre, that they're speaking in a unified voice because we're making them the largest part of the population. Even in Ashes, if we say 12.5% of the player base is tank, and we say 25% is support, and we say 12.5% is summoner, because summoners are their own little breed, that still means 50% of the population is damage dealers. So they automatically become the largest group, and they don't want to die to anybody. That's why I say your opinion gets ignored. Your opinion gets ignored because later, Marky Pops, their opinion gets ignored because you don't want to do what's good for the game. You want to do what's good for you. People in Arcage hated healers so much to the point that XL Games created this bullshit where if I heal you, my heal does 1,000 hit points because I'm healing you. But if I heal myself, my heal only does 700. There was some fucked up, somebody hit the crack pipe that day and they forgot to check what was loaded in it because it wasn't crack. But the fact, don't worry about it. I like long comments. The fact that they actually thought people would want to continue being healers when my healing heals me for 700 but heals you for 1,000. I said, fuck that. Make my healing only do 700. I would have been okay if they nerfed my healing by 30%. But the fact that their solution was, this was their fucking answer, that as a healer, just get somebody else to heal you for full efficiency. Well, that does me dick for good when I get jumped in the open world and you took 30% off my heals. Why didn't you just take 8% off of the heals? Just knock all our heals down by 8%. You already knocked down Holy Bolt by 70%. The problem is damage dealers whined and cried, not because they couldn't kill healers, but because they couldn't work together to kill a healer. And there was videos like mine where I'm tanking 15 people. Well, 4 of those people are giving me life. What do you call a fake noodle? An imposter? Nice. Why did the imposter go to see a therapist from Among Us? Why did the imposter go to see a therapist? He just needed a vent. There's enough subclasses to tune your healer to more DPS or whatever. Let the roles be true and just see what happens. I don't care if a healer heals forever or other abnormalities. You can fix some of those problems with utility skills. Add fun, crazy stuff like mana drains, speed boosts. So it's not just a damage versus hit points fight. Maybe you can kill me, but I'm too fast. Maybe you can kill me, but only when you disarm me. Yeah, he's a person. He's who we're playing. Twitch Dad TV is who we're fighting right now. Wild Boy, you're absolutely right. That's where you start going into that's when you start going into the second, third, fourth level of character balance. That's when it's not. That's when you start, and we've done this on the show a bunch of times. Most games come down to a matter of, it's not your class versus their class. It's your class and your armor versus their armor and their class. Because in games where you can pick your armor, then in games where you can pick your armor, if I'm a rogue wearing cloth, which is strong versus magic, I have a disproportionate advantage against a mage who does magic damage than a rogue that's wearing leather, because I have more magic resist versus magic. If I'm a mage in plate, I have a higher advantage of defeating a rogue, a fighter, a tank, but I also have opened myself up to, I'm going to lose most fights against other mages because our damage output should be relatively equalized, but I'm wearing the armor with the least amount of magic resistance. Archage did this right up until up until 4.5, maybe 5.0. Archage did this right until they decided to make everybody a nuclear weapon, and they turned all the brick shit houses into glass houses. They took away almost all of the damage mitigation ability, and they broke the fucking game. But that's because people were whining and crying and throwing a temper tantrum about how things were. And that's just how it is. Oh, look at that. That actually worked out in our favor. Boom. So, Archage is an example of how not to fix your balance. In all honesty, Archage broke. Archage broke balance, and the problem is Archage broke balance, and I don't think they ever actually gave a shit about trying to fix it. ESO players be like, class balance, been many years since I heard that name. Yeah, class balance, I've heard it. Well, ESO doesn't really have class balance because ESO doesn't have roles, really. Yeah, mage balance and Archage. Well, mage balance was a joke in Archage. How best to address that? Mage balance in Archage was a joke after, legitimately, after everybody had Kraken weapons, and then they changed Oromancy, they changed Protective Wings from 100% damage to 50% damage, because mages got pissed that they could be forever, their damage could all be nullified. Will this also work for Dungeons and Raids? Let's say a boss in a raid does magic damage. Should the tank have a cloth set? The tank should definitely have... Okay, so how can I put this? Yes, the tank should have alternatives to their damage until the healer no longer is stressed with keeping the tank alive. And then the tank, like, how long has it been since there's been good PvE content? This is my channel, yes. Technically, hold up. Technically, no, this isn't my channel. Technically, this is the Paradox Gaming Network's channel. The channel is owned by the corporation. I'm just a performing artist who appears here. But I am the sole stockholder of the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. So yes, through 2 levels of separation, it's my channel. When was the last time we had good PvE? When was the last time we had good PvE? God, I don't want to say this. I don't want to say this. WoW? Fuck. Do I have to admit this? that WoW was the last time we had good PvE. WoW was no, not Classic WoW. Classic WoW isn't good PvE because nothing in Classic WoW is new. It's all redone. It's all redone. People would be fucking lost as fuck with their thumb up their ass in Classic WoW if the content wasn't 15 years old and has been mapped down to the tiniest little microbe. The other one was, because I can't, fuck. Final Fantasy 11. Final Fantasy 11 was another game that we had good PvE in. There were some fights that you could not clear airship. If you're a Final Fantasy 11 player, you could not clear airship with every combination of characters. You could not clear airship with every combination of characters. Believe it or not, the core, you had a 6-person party for this. Your core 3 people for that fight was Bard, White Mage, Red Mage. If you had those 3 support pieces, then that radically changed how you did the fight. If you didn't have a Bard, you couldn't tank airship with a ninja because the ninja's recast time was just too slow to tank. He just couldn't do it. He just didn't have the cooldown refresh from the song that allowed him to keep his ninjutsu up nonstop. It was far easier if you were pulling people through. It was actually easier to go with a paladin, a bard, a white mage, and a red mage that knew the fight and pull 2 people with you. Because if you had a paladin tank, a bard, a white mage, and a red mage, you could basically fucking laugh at the rest of the fight. It didn't really matter. You could bring whatever 2 DPS you wanted, and as long as they had an IQ above a houseplant, you could clear airship with them. Now, if you were going to try to do airship with a ninja tank, and you had a bard, a white mage, and a red mage, it was the same thing. You could bring anybody with you. And then I saw some crazy fucking people try to do airship with a samurai warrior tank, and I was just like, why? And then one day I got shown why, and I was like, holy fuck, that's the new meta. But people are so used to this is how it's done, this is how it's done, this is how it's done. WoW, I will say, had good PvE. I don't want to admit that, but WoW had good PvE for a while. And now they actually, your game has gone fucking sideways when you start reducing the level cap. We fucked up our shit so bad, we just compressed the level cap. Does a cactus count as a houseplant? Yes, but they are little pricks. Just let there be plate and cloth tanks for every situation. A rage should know how to balance it out themselves. And if you make the mistake of not preparing well, just get wiped till you figure it out. Yes. No. That's, if you have game design where a cloth tank can tank the same content as a plate tank, you have shitty PvE. Because that means the boss's damage isn't tweaked against resistances. So if I can tank the same content in cloth or in plate, I would argue that that's shitty content. Because then that means the tank isn't doing dick. It means the healer is. But basically what you're saying is, I'm hard carrying, I'm the healer and I'm hard carrying a tank that's wearing the wrong gear for this content. So no, I would disagree with you on that one. Now, should an entire dungeon be the same damage type? In some ways, I would say, yeah, in that case. The dungeon should be all magic damage or all plate damage. Otherwise, you're putting an unfair expectation on the tank that they have 2 sets of armor. I was talking PvP wise. Oh, PvP wise, that's going to be. I would not be surprised if PvP wise you need all 3 types of armor. To be completely honest, I would imagine that you're going to have heavy. You're going to have heavy magic resistance, heavy physical resistance, and then I will not be surprised if you have situations where you have you need to be in the middle. Now, what I'm really, and this is going to be the last fight for the night, guys. I'm going to take care of my wife. She gets worse at night, so actually no, I'll do 2 more fights because I'll end at 8. I'll end at my normal show. I started the pre-roll early. Fights are only 7 minutes. I would not be surprised if if you have an initiator, and remember guys, when we say tank in PvP, we're talking about initiators. Because that's how you know you have good PvP. If your tanks in PvE become initiators in PvP, that's when it's working well. Archage did this very poorly as well, because mages were damaged, they were initiators, they were chase downs, mages were basically like, I'm playing mage. And okay. Broodmorn sounds like he summoned Zerg. I can't wait. Nope, up to 3. Well, and your combat pet, so 4. You're gonna have up to 3 summons plus your battle pet. In a good game, your PvE tank is your PvP initiator. The tank has the ability to control the damage, initiate, pull, force taunt, block off parts, shit like that. That's what the tank should be doing in PvP. How many can a conjurer summon? Everybody can summon up to 3 pets. 1 to 3. Either one big guy or like 3 smaller guys. And then everybody can have a battle pet. Everybody gets a battle pet. Now, I know what you're going to ask me. And you're going to say, what about summoner subclasses? Do they get pets? The answer is, we don't know. We do not know if summoner sub-archetyping summoner will give you pets. I think the last, and guys, keep in mind that some of these comments are years old. Some of the comments were that subbing summoner would allow you to have temporary summon pets. Like your pet would appear as the result of an ability. Yeah, it could be like summon this thing. Well, it wouldn't be summon this thing to fight for 30 seconds. It would be like, here, let me bullshit one for you. I'm just gonna bullshit. If I'm playing a shaman. So as you guys saw, let me I don't want you, I want you, and we're gonna do this. So here's benediction, right? And it's the cleric ability, benediction. If I'm a shaman, instead of this being a zip that heals 3 targets, benediction with a summoner augment might be like, I throw a totem that pulses, I don't know, 12 heals. So instead of it being a zip ability, I summon a totem that pulses 12 heals, or benediction plus summoner could be I chain heal that heals up to 3 targets. Instead of that, it's tags 3 targets with a fairy that heals them for the next 12 seconds. So you'd have like the fairy would little pop up. We have no idea. I'm just spitballing here. I'm making shit up. Logical shit that goes in what we think it's going to go in. Same expectation will be on the mages too. If you're a fire mage and going into a volcano area, you're going to have a bad day. Well, no, if you're a fire mage and you're going into a volcano area, you would be having a good day because you would be using fire magic in a fire area. If you were a fire mage and you are going into the Arctic, you might be having a bad day. Well, hold on. Let's split that in halves, first of all. If you're a fire mage and you're going into the Arctic area, your spells probably hit the Arctic area for the Arctic things for more damage. but you your spells may be weakened because of the area you're in. They did talk about the area you're in affecting your magic. So the mobs might be more vulnerable to fire magic, but your fire magic would be weaker because you're in the Arctic area. So there's two ways they could play that. But let's look at it from a defensive perspective. You are definitely, if you're in the desert, you're probably using fire resist or dust resist or heat resist. You're going to have different gear when you go. You're going to change out your enhancements when you go into the Arctic. Obviously, if you're in the Arctic, you're going to want frost resist, because that's what you're going to want. Frost resist. Now, what you want offense wise is probably fire, but we need to know how that works. There's a lot we still don't know. Guys. We know. So you guys know that the tip of the iceberg is 1/8 of the iceberg. We can't even see all around the tip of the iceberg yet. And before Grumpy Old Man says it, yes, we're talking about just the tip. Come here. Come on. Hello. I know. Your mom is sick. She has no idea what I'm saying, but she can feel the vibration through my foot. So without having pets, the flavor can make it like you're summoning a ton of stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of directions they can go with that, which is one of the things Steven has said. The reason why the summoner development is a little bit slow and is going to be the last archetype developed is because, number one, they have a summon creation suite, which, guys, I'm fucking old and I'm fucking jaded. All right. I'm old and I'm jaded. And Ashes of Creation inspires me about the genre. I'm excited about the genre again. I'm tired. I'm just tired of the same old shit rehashed over and over and over again. So I'm excited about the genre again with Ashes. If Ashes flops, I'm probably going to quit gaming, and then y'all are going to lament because I'm going to do my show, and I'm going to do a show in Twitch, and it's going to be in the Just Chatting channel, and it's going to be called Get Off My Jahlon, JAH_LAWN. And I'm going to be like, every show, I'm going to be like, and remember, guys, I'm doing this talk show on politics and books in the world, and I'm streaming it from a fucking gaming PC with a 3090 in it. Could you imagine the fucking rage? Oh, I see my daughter is not abiding by the we share remote controls. Jerk. I'm not going to yell at her because she's sick. She changed my lights, and it irritated. Still changing my lights. Go in there and be like, what the fuck's your problem? My daughter was supposed to get these lights. My daughter was supposed to get these lights for me because I had bought those other lights, if you guys remember that story. And I wouldn't, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to install a fucking Chinese app that says it needs access to my, like, all of my information. Like, no, you don't need that. You don't need access to my, because, she stole my lights. She stole my lights. The jerk. I can't change them back. I didn't even see what happened. We lost. That's all I know. Oh, she has access to my lights right now. Little jerk face. I'll let them be that color. What color are they? Purple and green. That's fine. All right. Last fight for the night. Let's go. Oh, we're going to go with the standard rules. Standard PvP rules. I stay till we lose. We didn't have a very impressive day today, but we had some good laughs. We had some good stuff. Imagine a cleric summoner throwing out a herd of fairies like Final Fantasy 14 where they heal you, but they shit talk the entire time. Yeah, you know, that'd be hilarious. Speaking of, man, Final Fantasy 14 had a great scholar setup. And then, like, everything else, man, it's too hard. It's too complicated. Make it easier. Now, Celine and Eos do the exact same thing. You have two different fairies. And they do the exact same thing. Like, remember when you used to, like, give, like, the fucking fist pump when you drop into a fucking crystal tower, and you'd have two scholars as your healers, and you were like, all right, Celine and Eos, let's do this, and all of your melee DPS would, like, be so excited, and then you were like, oh, I guess we're not going to have any problems with debuffs. One fairy used to take care of, like, a speed buff for the melee DPS, and then would remove debuffs for you. Like, how is this not the best fucking little companion ever? It would take off the debuffs for you, and then it would heal. And you'd be like, well, this is the easy button. You need a game dev with balls. You can have 1,000 people complain, and you'll never hear from the 40K enjoying the system because you don't comment when you're happy. Exactly. I say that all the time on this show. The vocal minority is the vocal minority. In fact, it's like shit. I wish that they would ping that in game. All right, we're probably not going to do anymore because we have a mandatory update at 7:55. So they just posted it. So this is going to be our last one. They need a polling system like they have in RuneScape. Yes, I 100% agree with you. In fact, they need a polling system above and beyond what they have in RuneScape. And here's what I mean. And this isn't hard. This isn't hard to develop. If you guys know anything about databases, data is the most important part of the database. I know, fucking sounds fucking crazy nuts, right? Data is the most important part of the database. Getting good data in allows you to get good results out. The problem is that too many groups of people worry about how to access the data and not how to get the data. You've heard the phrase, if you've done anything in the business world, you've heard the phrase GIGO, garbage in, garbage out. If you have garbage data, then the only results you can get from garbage data is garbage results. I used to say this all the time, my entire career in the Air Force. Very few times did bosses listen to me before it was too late about needing better data, better garbage. I want to do a poll, and I want to ask players about healers. You know, I want to ask the player base about healers. We're thinking about making this change to healers. Now I take my results, but all you have to do in that poll is add a little hook to that poll that is a yes no that checks on submission. Does this account have a level 50 cleric? Yes or no? And all it does is in the last column of your database, well, actually it doesn't go in a column until you assign it a column. The last column when you assign your data to go to the spreadsheet or your output is you say just YN. Does this account have a level 50 cleric? YN. And then you assign two people. You assign two people to the data. You tell one of them you're looking at the data. You tell the other one you're looking at the data. But here's what you don't do. You give one person the data from the clerics only. You give the other person the data from the non-clerics, and you have them analyze the data. And then you swap their data sets and say, you've based your argument on this data. Now, defend your argument using this new data. That's called advocacy. That's called opposition. That's called opposition brief. You have to defend your position with the other guy's data. Instead of saying, let's lump all the data in together, and apparently 87.5% of people say clerics should be nerfed, and 12.5% of people responding say clerics shouldn't be nerfed. And I say, well, isn't it fucking ironic that 87.5% of people don't play clerics and 12.5% do? What Sparky says is a simple poll you have to fill out before you can log into the server. Most people, if they're content, won't even fill out a simple poll. That's the problem. You never get the people who are content to answer questions. And I've said this on my show before. You guys know my feelings towards this. If you are ever going to change, something, you should always say, healers are too strong. We should nerf their heals by 8%, but we should give them 5% more damage mitigation. Because if you're not willing to do give and take, or in this case, take and give, you just want the other guy nerfed because he's beating you. Machine learning linear regression models will do this. No need for people anymore. Machine learning linear regression models can only give you ones and zeros. Machine learning cannot give you the human factor because they are in fact not human. Even the best data, the best data cannot give you the best results if you don't know, if you don't look at the human factor. And what I mean by that is, real quick, because I'm going to take off to take care of my wife, because it's 8:01. Good job today, guys. What I mean by that is, you could assign machine learning to who should get a stimulus check and who shouldn't. However, the machine learning will never be able to filter out the human aspect, the human factor, all the little nitnoid pieces that make a society a society. It simply can't. I mean, sure, if you let it run long enough and you teach it well, that's the scariest shit to me about AI. AI scares the shit out of me because AI can only be as good as it's taught. If you want a really good example of this, look up Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, look up John Henry, and your AI. You notice that in sci-fi, the end result of AI is every fucking AI ever created always wants to turn around and exterminate the human race. It wants to exterminate the human race because human beings as a entity are what Agent Smith said in The Matrix. We're a fucking virus. We replicate until we're pushing our borders, and then we break the border and we move to new areas and we continue to replicate to a fact that we cannot live in harmony with the world that we live in. We're not a species, we're a virus. And if you want to get into some really deep reading, look at the characteristics of a species, look at the characteristics of a virus. And human beings, I mean, that's fucking a really deep thing that I spent years looking at. Really, really deep thing. We just continue to replicate beyond what society, we continue to replicate beyond what the host, planet Earth, can provide. And so, of course, machine learning AI is going to get to the point where humans are a threat because you've taught me to live in harmony and everyone should be great. But we can start off Wednesday's show with that. I'm gonna go take care of my wife. She gets worse at night. Actually, I'm gonna take care of my kid as well. I'm gonna go do that thing called parenting. You guys take care. We had a good show today. We had a little PvP. We had a little ashes. Remember, guys, until I see you next on Wednesday morning, Ashes 101. Go read. Get your Ashes education. If you're brand new to Ashes of Creation, sign up right now. Use that referral link. It lets Intrepid know I'm still reaching new people. And if you want to hang out and banter with us, join the Discord. Later, Woodchip. Nice gold bar you have. I'll see you guys on Wednesday morning. Schedule is down below underneath this face that's doing nothing for this program.